double star because that was when AfPIF was formally handed over to AFIX for organization. So you will see the organizers, and from 2010 to 2024, it was fully organized by ISOC, Internet Society, and from 2024 onward, now AFIX is taking over. So 2025, it was jointly organized by Internet Society and AFIX, and it was in Lagos, Nigeria, and we had a lot of fun. Where's Obina? Okay, oh, you're still here, okay. I'm monitoring you. Okay, and so that was the 15th AfPIF, so now it's the 16th one. Let's continue. AFIX AfPIF is 2026 is organized by 3 organizations mainly. So we have AFIX, which is the organizer, the main organizer. So AFIX is the African IXP Association. So most of the IXP in our region are members of AFIX. The local hosts, our local host for this year is RICTA, the Rwanda Internet Community and Technology Alliance, which is a non-for-profit association here, and they are also the one handling the .rw. And also handling the RINEX, which is the IXP here in Rwanda. And we have the PCO, which is Planet Suisse. So I will just ask for a round of applause for our organizers, because as you can see, they have done a great job so far. We have a nice room, we have coffee, we have tea, we have nice people. Also, please meet the Secretariat of AFIX. So since last year, we have a Secretariat for AFIX. We have these 5 amazing people working. They are very active and making sure that everything is going well. So we have Kyle Spencer, who is the Executive Director. I think that is not yet in the room, but you will see him. We have Ashley Kaki Correa, who is in charge of logistics. We have Maureen Agena in charge of communication. And I'm pretty sure that all of us have got an email from Maureen. So now you can put a face on the name that send you in emails. We have Timothy Mugenye, who is our fundraising people. And we have Enoch Sise, who is the man behind all the technical stuff. And you will see him passing like a flash. He's very fast, so you can catch him sometime. But he's very helpful, and he's doing also. So all this team is doing an amazing job, and please just a round of applause for them. And also, AfPIF is not only the organizer, but it's also the program committee. So we have a PC, the program committee, and it's composed with all those amazing people. I will just give the name. We have Esther Kobina and Michelle Opio, who are the co-chairs of the PC. We have, Obina, where's your name on first? You changed the slide. Where's Obina again? This boy. So Obina Adumike, Lindsay Buckingham, Rebecca Klaas-Peter, Matthew Chingwende, Jacob Danguro, Azubrike Egereru. I'm going there. I'll get there. Madvi Gokul, Don Jolie, Tarin Kidd, Esther King, Mike Kwatempura, Brian Longway, Brian Masiga. We have 2 Brians, Brian Square. Cedric Mbeye, Abdum Fopa, Charles Nemerigini, Isabel Odida, Yolandi Robinson, and Ether Third. So those are the people that are working on the PC. And if you want to know what the PC is doing, here it is. So the program committee, right now we have co-chairs, we have members, representative of AFIX, we have ISOC, we have the local hosts, and the objective and mandate is solicit talk and develop the content agenda for AfPIF, manage the daily schedule and plenary sessions, so you will see us around going coming and going, and because we want to make sure that everything goes smoothly. We'll volunteer to MC the session, so all the MCs will be member of the PC, will solicit feedback from the audience and speaker to improve the event. That one also for us is very important, because as you can see, we want every single year to have the best AfPIF event of the year. Provide input and guidance on future location of AfPIF. Oh, but before that, can I please ask, again, just a round of applause for the PC members? And I know that some of them are shy, so please, PC member, if you're in the room, just raise your hand or stand up. Oh, stand up so people can see you. Stand up, please, the PC. Okay. Thank you. We have Wi-Fi for the conference, so all the conference area is on Wi-Fi. So the name, the SSID is AfPIF 2026, and the password is the name of our connectivity sponsor, Broadband System Corporation. So please feel free to use the Wi-Fi, use it and abuse it as much as you can. And as you can see, we have two Wi-Fi. We have one on 5 gigahertz and another one on 2.4. I will give you some time for people who want to snap, get the name. Okay. How to make the most of your time at AfPIF? You know, most of the time when you go to a conference, you are just there and you are like throwing the water, they don't tell you. The good thing when you come to AfPIF, we will tell you this is how you can make the most out of this event. So first, please review the agenda and attend the sessions. So we, as you can see in the program, we have made sure that there is enough time for the bilaterals and enough time for the sessions. We have heard all the feedbacks from people who say that there is not enough time for the bilaterals. So we have reduced the sessions and put enough time for the bilaterals. Also, attend the socials. So as you know, AfPIF, every single night we have socials. Yesterday we had the welcome cocktail. Tonight we have beer for peers. Then tomorrow we have gala dinner. And then the day after tomorrow we have the closing cocktail. So there are socials, introduce yourself, and interact widely. So the socials are really there to help us to discuss and know each other. So like that, we can go to the next step, which is to request bilateral meetings with other attendees. You know, that's what I did yesterday with one of my mentors. Let me choose someone. Okay, Mr. Rodman. I met him yesterday, even though we met in Lagos, but I met him yesterday again. And it was very interesting. I introduced myself, and then he accepted to have a bilaterals meeting with me. So, yeah, so that's what you should do. Explore the expo area. I will show you some of the map. Hang out at the bar after hours. So even if you don't drink, most of the people are there after hours. So if you want to meet people, have nice discussion, just be close to the bars. Also, you can volunteer for the PC because we are always looking for new people, new energy, people to come join us and also take over. Don't worry, Obina and I are not going to fight you. And also, please give us feedback. There will be a survey, the closing, so we need your feedback to know what we need to improve, what we did well, what we need to improve, what are the challenges that you face. So those are important for us. Also, talking about bilaterals. So we have that tools called Brella. It's actually, you have it on the, so most of you guys use it to, we all use it to subscribe, subscribe for and come here to AfPIF. So it's available on web browser. You also have the apps. And if you don't have the app yet, you can scan that QR code. It will take you to the to the Umbrella page, and from there you can create your account and interact with people. Okay, I think everybody's on Umbrella. Peering personals, that one too is very interesting. So for the peering personal, that's a dedicated session that we have to allow network operators to get on stage, advertise their network in rapid succession. What you need to give us like a simple slide. So one slide with the name of your organization, your ASN, your peering policy, open, selective, restricted, your contact details so people know how to contact you, and any other useful information like where you operate, where you are available. And the way it goes is that we will just call all the people one by one. They will come here for 30 seconds, 1 minute max, because we don't have that much, introduce themselves, and then so that people know that they are here and where they operate. And also, if you don't have a template yet, you can scan this QR code and it will give you a template, so at least you know how to do and to have a slide. And please, those who already have their peering personals slides available, as usual, send them at peer@afpif.org, and we will use it to collect and prepare for everyone. We have peering personnel today as well, so those who are already ready, please send your slides. The key event location. So for this event, first we have restrooms. They are in the hotel hallway on your left, but you also have restroom downstairs. Bilateral meeting rooms are downstairs, so if you go downstairs where there was the AGMM, or just go, you will see the signage, and you can go, and at the end of the corridor you will see the bilateral room, and with tables and numbers. So based on your umbrella, you will see the table number that has been assigned to your meeting. The sponsor expo area is just outside, so all our sponsors are there. The lunch will be downstairs in the main lobby. The photo booth, so please, at registration area, there is a big, very nice pane when you can take pictures and put on social media with our hashtag AfPIF 2026. Coffee station, we have two. There is one in the expo terrace, so outside, and there's also another one downstairs. Also, to make sure that we all get the best out of this event, we have a code of conduct. First of all, is to make sure that Obina and we behave. But secondly, it's to make sure that, because we are coming from different countries, different regions, different culture, we want to make sure that we interact in a relaxed way, but also we interact in a very respectful way. So please be punctual and keep a device on silence. We cannot ask you to switch them off, so please keep them on silence. Respect speakers and actively participate. So every session that we'll have, you will have the opportunity to ask questions, to make comments, to provide feedback to our speakers. So interact actively. Interact with others in cordial and inclusive manners. Be mindful of different linguistic and cultural background. Like people like Obina will only speak French. Please be gentle with him. Keep track of your belongings, because sometimes the room are, yes, open, there are people here, but we cannot keep track for you. So please make sure that you keep track of your belonging. No discrimination, hostility, intimidation, or personal attack will be tolerated, and feel free to approach any AFIX team or PC member if there's anything, or if you don't feel comfortable approaching us, you can also send, you can report any incident to conduct@af.ix.org. I would like to finish by thanking all our sponsors We have open access data center with our platinum sponsor for this year. If you can just have a round of applause for them. For gold, we have digital realty and virtual technology and solutions. If you can just also upload. Streaming, we have Africa Data Center Fellowship, we have DKIX. Lanyard, we have Flex Optics. Connectivity, we have BSC. If you can also upload for our sponsors. Silver, we have Afrinic, AMSIX, AWS, Meta, UIXP. Bronze, we have Akamai, C-Squared, Lynx, Plurium, Tespoc. And social sponsor, we have Beer for Peace, NAP Africa. The welcome social yesterday was Paratus. And my favorite event, to which I'm always banned from, Women in Tech, Links and Work Online. So on this note, I will stop here, stop bothering you, and please enjoy the meeting. Obina, back to you. Yeah, sorry. You know, that's why I say that this boy always tried to embarrass me. He was supposed to be here. Obina, please come. Okay, thank you again.
I don't love him. Zero love. Anyways, Cedric, I feel like saying something good about him. No, I'm not going to say it. So let's put our hands together for Cedric once again. We already started. We have someone who would represent the government and people of Rwanda. He's already outside doing the exhibition tour. He should be in the room in about 3 minutes. So please hold on for about 3 minutes, please, so that we can officially start the event. We can't start without the blessing of the government of the country where we are in. So just give us 3 minutes, please. Thank you very much. Okay. The technical team, thank you for a wonderful job. Usually they don't like me, so they tend to play me off whenever I'm here. So hopefully it works better this time. So while we are waiting for the representative of the government of Rwanda, we want to use this opportunity to thank every single one of you, most especially representatives of various internet communities across Africa. We've seen people from almost everywhere in Africa. Usually at the end of the event, we will show you the statistics. But as of right now, we've had one of the largest turnouts on the day one of AfPIF so far, which is fantastic. We've seen people from Morocco. We've seen people from Egypt. We've seen, of course, Mr. Rodman, the leader of the Nigerian internet community, is here. The Kenyans are here, and we're very excited. We've seen people from the Republic of Niger. We've seen people from Guinea. I've actually, this event will be the first time I'm meeting people from Guinea at AfPIF. They may be coming previously, but I met them for the first time today, and it's fantastic. Great. Yeah, we also saw people from, of course, wonderful Nigeria. We're here. The loud people of Africa. The happiest people of Africa. We're here. We have people from Senegal who are here. I saw a gentleman from Togo, which was very fantastic because he promised me that he was going to come, and he actually showed up. I saw someone also from the Gambia who came here, and again, my first time meeting someone from the Gambia at AfPIF, even though one of our program committee members is from the Gambia. So this is really fantastic. There is someone here from the Djibouti. We had someone from, of course, I'm not going to mention Rwanda because we are in your home. You're already welcoming us fantastically well, and we appreciate that. South Africa, our big brothers from the Southern Africa, there are a lot of them here. I think there was a mandate that they must all attend AfPIF. Yeah, actually, a story. When I landed here a couple of nights ago, was the same time the plane from South Africa came in. And the immigration guys were, where are those guys from? I said, South Africa. All of them. I said, yes, all of them are from South Africa. So great. Again, we're not forgetting our international community. Of course, as always, Meta is here, AMSIX. And for once, Water is not the only person that works at AMSIX. We met someone else from AMSIX at AfPIF, which is fantastic. ByteDance, AWS, everyone. We are really excited that you're here. And we are very grateful for your presence. Every internet community represented here today is a sign that we are making a difference in this community, that we are growing. In the past 1 year, I am already aware personally of 3 fresh internet exchange points that were set up in locations where there were no internet exchange points, and peering are happening in those locations. We are making a difference, and it's fantastic. I'm also personally aware that there are some locations where their exchanges weren't doing well, and now we see new exchanges or revival of the older ones. You know, we have one in Cotonou now. Thanks to Meta and some of the guys, African IXP is doing very well, and so on and so forth. These are fantastic testimonies from AfPIF. Thank you, and clap for yourself once again for being a wonderful audience. I'm basically trying to make that remix count, but for some reason they're not done. So let's just give them a few more minutes. Once they're here, we can get started. Thank you. Let me go and push them.
slides, on the welcome slides. I've been told that we don't have, people are not using the Brella app, and we want to make sure that everybody's on Brella, so we'll just go back to where we have, okay. Oops, sorry. Okay. So for those who who are not yet on Brella, please scan the QR code, or you also have the URL next.brella.io/login. You can go there, open an account, then go for AfPIF 2026, and then you can be connected. So please be on Brella, because that's where all the announcement will go. So you will receive announcement, you will receive all the informations. There you can see all the sessions, and also that's where people will find you for bilaterals. And you can also find me. Okay, is it okay for Brella? Okay, I see people are still snapping, so please take your time. And also in the meantime, this year, as a way to innovate, we have bean bags on the side, so feel free to use them to relax during the session. But please don't snore or sleep, but use them. They are here to be used, so you can go relax, so it's not prohibited. You can fully use them during the meeting. Another feedback that I got is regarding the peering personals. So peering personals, this is the email address to send your slides. So peer@af.ix.org. And also somebody told me, oh, you were too fast on this one, so please explain again. So for the sake of everybody to understand, you will just, those with slides will just come on stage and say, hi, my name is Cedric, I'm from Afrinic, our AS is 37708, this is where we are available, our policy is open, and this is our contact. Send email to peering@afrinic.net. Yes, I'm taking the opportunity to do my peering personal twice. So this is our email address. Feel free to send an email, and those are the locations where you can find us: Mauritius, Johannesburg, Mombasa, Dar es Salaam. I'll give you the full list. So basically, that's just it. So you do that during 30 seconds, and voila. And last year, I'm just sharing something, a feedback, because I have the mic. I can do that. There was someone who came for the first time at AfPIF, and when we made the pairing personals, send the slides, and for first attendance, the fact that he came on stage to do the pairing personals, his week was full. So up until the last day, he had meetings and meetings and meetings. So please use it as a good way to talk about your network and what you're doing. Oh, oops, sorry. Yes. So thank you, Yolandi. So please, we need your badge for the social events, for lunch, for everything. So please keep your badge on you. Again, we have the Beer for Peers this evening, the gala dinner, and the closing cocktail. So we will need your badge to make sure that we can identify you as a conference participant. On this note, thank you again. Obiena, back to you.
Thank you for not clapping for Cedric. Come on, guys, clap for Cedric. All right. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for always being a wonderful audience. And now that we have all the very important individuals we need to kick off. Happy to say my first thank you to the people of Rwanda for welcoming us. It was fantastic. I think the airport experience was very great for me. I've been attending AfPIF for a long time, and this was the most seamless transition through the airport. So, I would like to call at this point Grace. Grace is our host. She's doing this not the first time now. This is her second sojourn leading AfPIF in Rwanda, and she always does a good job. Let us give Grace a few minutes to tell us, as usual, why are we here? Come on, Grace.
To our guests of honor, Mr. Antoine Severa, the Chief Executive of RISA, to any government representation in the room, members of the African IXP Association, AFIX, sponsors, partners, exhibitors, industry leaders, techie people, and the distinguished delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mwaramutse. In Kinyarwanda we say Mwaramutse. So it's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to Kigali, Rwanda for the 15th edition of the Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum, AfPIF 2026. On behalf of Rwanda Internet Community and Technology Alliance, RICTA, I extend a warm welcome to all our delegates joining us across Africa and around the world. We are delighted to host this important gathering once again, following the successful AfPIF held here in Rwanda back in 2022. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment and advancing internet development across Africa and building a continent that is more connected, innovative, resilient, and digital inclusive. For 15 years, AfPIF has been Africa's premier platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation around peering interconnection and internet infrastructure. It brings together decision makers, policy makers, network operators, internet exchange points, data centers, cloud and content providers, academia, development partners, and technical experts to address some of the most important opportunities and challenges facing Africa's internet ecosystem. The importance of this mission cannot be overstated. The internet is increasingly the backbone of our economies, public services, innovation ecosystem, and social interactions. Across Africa, we have made significant progress in expanding connectivity, investing in fiber infrastructure, developing internet exchange points, establishing data centers, and in enabling digital services that connects millions of people. Yet, despite these achievements, significant opportunities remain. A substantial amount of African content continues to be hosted outside of the continent, and a considerable portion of internet traffic still travels long international routes before reaching African users. So this increases costs, creates latency, limits network efficiency, and reduces the economic value that could otherwise remain within our market. Addressing these challenges requires more than infrastructure. It requires collaboration, trust, strategic partnerships, and shared vision for Africa's digital future. This is why AfPIF remains as relevant today as it was when it was first established. Over the next 2 days, We have a unique opportunity to exchange ideas, share experiences, collaborate, strengthen partnerships, and explore practical solutions that will contribute to a stronger, more resilient, and more autonomous African internet ecosystem. This year's forum is particularly significant as it highlights the opportunities and challenges facing inland markets in East and Central Africa. So discussion on interconnection, local content hosting, carrier-neutral data centers, cloud services, content delivery infrastructure, and cross-border connectivity will play a critical role in shaping the next phase of internet growth across the region. Rwanda is honored to provide a platform for this important conversation. As a country that has prioritized digital transformation as a driver of socio-economic development, Rwanda firmly believes that meaningful progress happens when government, industry leaders, technical communities, and development partners work together. We hope that the discussion taking place here in Kigali will generate new ideas, inspire new innovation, attract investment, and strengthen cooperation across the continent. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the African IXP Association, AFIX, for its vision, leadership, and unwavering commitment to strengthening African ecosystem, internet ecosystem. We are grateful for the trust placed in Rwanda and Richter to host this prestigious event. My heartfelt thanks goes as well to the sponsors, to the partners, exhibitors, speakers, program committee members, Richter family, and all those who have contributed to making AfPIF 2026 a reality. Your support demonstrates a shared commitment to advancing digital transformation and digital development across Africa. To all delegates, I encourage you actively participate in the session, engage meaningfully, share your experience, and take advantage of the many networking opportunities that are available throughout the forum. The relationship built here and the ideas exchanged over the next 2 days and the potential are also the potential to create lasting impact beyond this event. Finally, while you are here, I warmly invite you to discover the beauty and spirit of Rwanda. I think I'll pause here. Beyond our conference, beyond these halls, make sure you move around. You'll find a country known for its safety, cleanness, and breathtaking landscape, rich culture, and warm hospitality. So whether you explore the vibrant city of Kigali, visit our national parks and mountain gorillas, experience Rwanda's thriving innovation ecosystem, or enjoy simply the warmth of our people, I hope you'll take time or you'll take home the lasting memories of your time with us. Rwanda is not only a destination for conference and business, it's a destination for inspiration, investment, innovation, and unforgettable experiences. So once again, welcome to Rwanda and welcome to AfPIF 2026. I wish you a productive discussion, meaningful connection, and a successful forum. Thank you so much. Murakoze.
Don't go yet, Grace, don't go yet. Everyone, you look at this woman, this is the most powerful woman, strong. And I say this because I know for a fact that her and her team have spent the last 1 year working hard with AFIX to make this event happen. It's not easy. Sometimes late nights, meetings every now and then, and she still have to do her job. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you, guys. So again, as we are welcoming various internet communities, I've been informed that we have people from Cape Verde here. Welcome, thank you. And we also have people from Mauritius who have joined us for AfPIF. Thank you and welcome. Now I would like to invite the chief servant of African IXP Association, Kyle Spencer, who is the actual host of this event since taking over from Internet Society. I'm not sure how Kyle is feeling right now, but I can imagine. Kyle, please, let's put our hands together for Kyle.
Good morning, everyone. It's an incredible pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2026 Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum. On behalf of the African IXP Association, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here today in Kigali. Each year, AfPIF brings together hundreds of passionate people from across Africa and beyond. Exchange points, network operators, content and cloud providers, data centers, policymakers, researchers, and others from the internet community. Our shared mission is clear: to advance local interconnection, grow the amount of internet traffic that is exchanged within Africa. This year, I want to spend a moment to focus on a particular part of that mission. What happens after the cables reach the beach? We've made tremendous progress bringing submarine cables to our coastlines, but that landing is only part of the challenge. The capacity still needs to travel hundreds or thousands of kilometers inland, often across multiple networks and countries, crossing borders before it reaches the people who need it. And the further inland we go, the more challenging the economics can become. Cross-border backbone infrastructure is still limited. Competition can be uneven, and even when multiple routes exist, the cost of moving traffic across these distances can remain high. And moving traffic between East and West Africa still requires a journey through the ocean. Inland countries pay the price for these gaps in the ecosystem. They find themselves dependent on the countries and networks that sit between them and the coast. In countries that lack IXPs, data centers, and local content, traffic that could stay within the region often ends up taking expensive international routes, sometimes just across the street. If we want digital sovereignty to mean something for the whole continent, not just for the coastal capitals, we need to renew our focus on building inland. More terrestrial fiber, more diverse and resilient routes, more IXPs, more data centers, more local content and caching, and of course, more peering. This is the core of why AfPIF exists, and it's core to what the African IXP Association is trying to do. And this year is particularly significant for us as an organization. As Grace mentioned, this is the first year that the African IXP Association has managed every aspect of this event ourselves. The fundraising, the logistics, the program, following a multi-year transition from the Internet Society, which owned and led this event for many years in close collaboration with our internet community. We're deeply grateful to the Internet Society for building the foundation on which this event stands, and we're equally grateful to the many volunteers who have helped make this event what it is over the years. Our secretariat team has worked tirelessly to bring this event together. Ashley on logistics, Timothy on fundraising, Maureen on communications, Hanok on technology, and Eric on graphic design. A great deal of what you will experience here today at this event is because of their work. I also want to recognize our program committee and the members who solicit speakers, develop the agenda, review submissions, and shape the program that you're going to see over the coming days. In particular, I'd like to thank our program committee co-chairs, Michelle and Esther, who have been driving the effort to bring this year's program together. Thank you, of course, to the rest of the members as well, and our speakers for volunteering your time and expertise. This event simply would not happen without you. I'd also like to thank our professional conference organizer, Planet Swiss, for their support and their professionalism. Much of the design and the shape of the event in the expo area and the other spaces you'll be in are a result of their work. And of course, thanks to RICTA, our local host, and our longtime partner for their continued support. We literally would not be here without you. And to our sponsors, Open Access Data Centers, Digital Realty, Virtual Technologies and Solutions, and all the others that you see behind me and in the expo area. You have our sincere appreciation. We've worked hard to upgrade the expo and the experience generally this year, so please interact, engage, and let us know what you think. And please make full use of the networking opportunities. Use our Brella meeting tool. Join us tonight for the Beers for Peers social, sponsored by Terrico. And tomorrow evening, our gala dinner hosted by RICTA. This tool and our social events offer opportunities to build relationships that often become partnerships, collaborations, investments, and even friendships that can last long after this event is over. And finally, to the people in the government of Rwanda, thank you for hosting us. We sincerely appreciate your hospitality, and it's a pleasure to be here once again. And for those of you visiting from elsewhere, we hope you'll take time to see more of Rwanda, as well as the surrounding East African region. As Grace mentioned, we have gorillas, volcanoes, safari, the Nile River, glacial mountains, and the Indian Ocean all within easy reach. And before I close, if you're interested in bringing AfPIF to your country or in sponsoring next year's event, please reach out to us. We would be happy to hear from you. But for now, thank you all once again for being here, many of you for showing up year after year, for sharing your knowledge and experience, and most importantly, for the work you do every day to build a stronger, more interconnected Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyle. For those of you who don't know, Kyle might be white, but he's actually African. All right. So at this point, one of two things would happen. Is either the next person that comes to the stage says, "You are not welcome, please go home," or he actually tells us, "Stay and deliberate for the next 2 days." I would like to welcome a man whom before I met today, I thought was going to be, you know, one old man, big and all of that. Well, he's a young man, very vibrant. He has led, I understand that he has led many senior positions in large-scale industries across multiple disciplines and multiple cultures. I was informed as well that he has, you know, been in leadership position for over 20 years in our own industry, the ICT space. You know, and it's usually interesting when you see government officials or head of private sector officials who represent the government in your own space. You know, not a medical doctor in IT or an engineer in legal, you know, same space. So over 20 years experience in ICT. His expertise spans digital transformation, project telecoms, broadband infrastructure, and he actually knows my CEO, so I can't mess this up. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Rwanda Information Society Authority, RISA, a government agency under the Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda. He is responsible for the planning, coordinating, and implementing Rwanda's national ICT strategy and digital transformation program. Everyone, please, let's stand up, put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Antoine Sabera to either chase us away or welcome us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for the great introduction. I'm actually not going to chase you, but I will volunteer to guide you to a nice place you can visit after work. Count on me. If someone wants a hint, I'll tell you where to go, in Kigali or outside. I can see some faces, people who can really entertain you after work. So, good morning, everyone. The Executive Director of the African IXP Association, CEO of RICTA, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to join you today at the African Peering and Interconnection Forum, a platform that brings together stakeholders who are shaping the future of Africa digital connectivity and internet connectivity ecosystem. I would like to start by thanking the organizers and also the sponsors of this important gathering. Your presence here in Kigali is very much appreciated. Here in Rwanda, we continue to make deliberate efforts to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity. The ITU define universal and meaningful connectivity as a status where everyone can access the internet in an optimal condition and at an affordable cost, anytime, anywhere, enabling productive and enriching online experiences. This definition is very important because it reminds us that connectivity is no longer simply about whether someone can connect to the internet. It's about the quality, affordability, reliability, and usefulness of that connection. Globally, however, progress remains uneven, and significant disparities persist both between and within countries. The digital divide is no longer simply a divide in access to information. It is increasingly becoming a divide in access to opportunity, innovation, productivity, and economic growth. In the particular context of Rwanda, we have made significant investment in building the foundation for a connected digital economy. Our national fiber backbone now extends to more than 25,000 kilometers, connecting all district corners of the country and also border crossings. Our internet market has also continued to expand over the years, with internet subscription reaching 74.5 mobile internet subscription per 100 inhabitants in the first quarter of this year. Our internet exchange point, Rhinex, operated by Richter, has been an important part of this journey, bringing networks and content providers together and enabling more local traffic exchange. We're also seeing progress in data center infrastructure, including the development of carrier-neutral facilities that can support greater local and regional hosting. These investments are important not only for connectivity today, but also for the growing demand of cloud services, digital public infrastructure, and artificial intelligence. But as we know, connectivity is not only about coverage and availability. We must also look at the infrastructure beyond those connections, the cost of access, and our ability to keep more internet traffic and digital value within our country and regions. For an inland country like Rwanda, this is particularly important. We rely on regional connectivity to reach submarine cables through our neighboring countries, making cross-border infrastructure, redundancy, and regional connection critical to the resilience and affordability of our internet ecosystem. This is why the work represented in this forum is so important to us, as well as for 15 other countries on the continent that do not have direct access to the sea. We actually, 30% of the continent don't have direct access to the sea. Peering and interconnection are not merely technical matters. They are strategic enablers of Africa's digital future. By keeping traffic closer to users, improving latency, reducing costs, strengthening resilience, and developing strong regional internet ecosystem, interconnection can help us move closer to meaningful connectivity for all. We do recognize that there's still work to do. Fixed broadband, for example, penetration remains low across the entire continent. Affordability of devices and data, as well as the urban-rural access gap, remain challenging that we must continue to address, including digital literacy for all. Our experience reminds us that building infrastructure is only one part of the equation. We must ensure that infrastructure is accessible, affordable, resilient, and capable of supporting the needs of our people and businesses. We must also address the security of the digital infrastructure we are building. Cybersecurity threats today are becoming more and more sophisticated, more automated, and potentially more disruptive. It used to take maybe a day or more to hack a system, but now with AI, within 15 minutes or less, they can hack your system. That's why our dependence on digital infrastructure, when it increases, we must rethink how we protect networks, data centers, cloud infrastructure, and digital public infrastructure, and the services that depend on them. We therefore need to build strong security and resilience by design, rather than treating cybersecurity as an additional layer added after infrastructure has been deployed. The other issue I believe deserves greater attention is content and services. It's not enough to connect Africa to the internet. We must ensure that the internet, and increasingly AI, is able to understand and serve the needs of Africa. As AI becomes embedded in our economies and public services, context matters. AI must understand our societies, our realities, and our local context. It must increasingly speak our languages, Kinyarwanda, Swahili, Hausa, and many others, and reflect the diversity of strengthen partnerships, explore how strong interconnection, data center infrastructure, and local content can contribute to a more resilient, affordable internet across the continent. We need to ensure that the infrastructure we build today is ready not only for today's internet, but for the demand of AI, cloud, digital public infrastructure, and the digital economy of tomorrow. Let us therefore use this forum to deepen collaboration, exchange experience, and most importantly, identify practical actions that can accelerate Africa's journey toward universal and meaningful connectivity. The opportunity before us is enormous, as well as the challenge. But I believe if we get together, we can ensure that Africa is not only connected to the digital future, but Africa also will be able to shape the future. Thank you for your kind attention, and I want to wish you a fruitful deliberation and interaction over the period of the forum. Enjoy your stay in Kigali, as my predecessors have said, and I reiterate my offer to be your guide. And if you want to visit nice places in Kigali, feel free. Not only work, but make sure you enjoy and build memorable moments in Kigali. Thank you very much.
I would actually take you up on that offer because it comes with a free ride, free entry, free access. Please, let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Severa. Thank you very much. Thank you. So you've heard it. We are welcomed to Rwanda, Kigali specifically. You are free to move around, see places, see sites. Spend some time extra, specifically Ben and water. Don't run away after Friday. Spend some time, a day or two extra. You know, breath. Don't run. Spend some days. You know. All right. So once again, we are very grateful for your warm welcome, and it's really interesting to see the great things the government of Rwanda is doing to improve the industry, the connectivity industry in the country. I also followed you when you were doing the tour, and I can see how passionate you are about actually making the country work from an interconnect perspective. Thank you once again. Right now, we would have one more session, and this is a session that I am personally interested in, and most of you here would be very personally interested in this as well, because we will be honoring someone who was part of this community for a very long time. I don't want to say much, but I would like to invite Michelle to lead this particular session. After that, we'll take a group photo. I will give you the information about the photo. Immediately, Michelle is done, and we're done with the tribute. It shouldn't take so long. Then we can go for a group photo. I'll give you the details, and then we can go for lunch. So, just a minute. Michelle. By the way, Michelle is the PC co-chair, so she's my madam.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. We just wanted to take some time this morning to pay some tribute to our former PC member, Fergus McKay, who was a big part of our community. He served for a very long time as part of our PC and our co-chair with numerous other NOGs and volunteer organizations, supporting in building community, something he was very passionate about, mentoring people across the industry, and not just attending conferences, but actually engaging either as a volunteer, asking questions, helping people out, and he'll be sorely missed. I wanted us to just take a moment to give some tribute to him. I believe Obina would like to say a few words in tribute to him.
All right. So the first time I attended AfPIF was I walked into the hall, and then there was this big man, big with beard, who was basically everywhere. He wasn't so fast, but you can always see him everywhere somehow. I don't know how he did it, And again, because he was always on the orange shirts of Flex Optics, his brand, you cannot miss him, no matter what. Then I had my first conversation with him, and the first thing he said to me was, "No, don't worry. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. You can do it. Welcome to AfPIF. All you have to do is get out of the room, find all the major players that are interested in, book meetings with them. Don't be scared, just talk to them. They're going to listen to you. Do you want me to point them out to you?" He made it a personal mission on my first AfPIF to actually point every single person I needed to talk to on that day. It was because of Fergus McKay that I joined the AfPIF PC program committee. And that is why most of you see me running around every single time at AfPIF, because it was the exact same thing he did for me personally, my first day at AfPIF. Someone told me, "Why is it that when you're at AfPIF, you're on the stage, you are taking us around, you're taking us there?" I told them that's because what the person that brought me to AfPIF actually did for me. And I made it a mission to do the same thing for other people. On the PC, he created something we call the tradition of AfPIF. There were certain things about AfPIF that he would always tell you, "No, that's not how it's done. This is how we usually do it." "No, Fergus, you have to let go. We have to change." No, we're not changing. We have to keep doing it this way. People expect that to happen. I'm sure if Fergus is still here, there are certain things Kai wouldn't get away with. Because Fergus would have said, "No, it has to be this way," right? And the last time I saw him was in London when we went for Net UK. At that point, he wasn't feeling so great. I saw a man that was basically what I would call a pillar of this industry, and he wasn't himself the way he used to be. I cried inside me because it was very painful seeing him struggle to walk, seeing him struggle to move around, and most importantly, coming to AfPIF in my own country, Lagos last year, and Fergus wasn't there. I miss him personally, and I know there are others who have known Fergus for a while, way more longer than I did, who would also miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Obina, for that thoughtful tribute. I'd like to welcome Portia, who was a colleague of Fergus's, just to say a few words for him as well. Okay. Yolandi, maybe you can come up. Okay.
Excuse me. This is the first time I've had to speak publicly about Fergus, so please excuse me and bear with me. Good afternoon. Thank you to the AfPIF team for giving me this opportunity. It takes a rare kind of person to leave a lasting mark, both on a professional level and on a personal level. Fergus was that person. He was one of one. He was a brilliant mentor, a confidant, and a generous friend. He had a unique gift of seeing potential in people even before they saw it in themselves. He led with warmth and unwavering generosity of spirit. So much of what I do and how I approach my work, both as part of Flex Optics and in the community, is based on how Fergus taught me. Through his guidance, I was able to participate in IXPs in NOGs, as well as just a member of the community. There's so much that can be said, but the most important thing is that Fergus left a lasting impression on all of us. He is and will always be dearly missed, but I would like to encourage all of us to carry his spirit forward and carry his spirit forward. Thank you.
All right, up next, I'd like to invite Yolandi as well to say a few words. Thank you.
So I think everything has been said about Fergus. He's made a big impact, not only in Africa, but in many other regions. And I can tell you, I've also been involved in many committees with Fergus. He's not the easiest sometimes to work with, but he got things done. And one of the last conversations I had with Fergus was last year at EPF, which is the European Peering Forum. And in that conversation, he encouraged me to do more in the PCs. At that time, you know, it was just a conversation, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, Fergus, you're just giving me more work. But now I realize that it really inspired me. And funny enough, it inspired me to become a grumpy old man on the PCs to get things done, because his role is really missed on the PCs. And I feel like since I've had the discussion and just looking at his inspiration and what he's done over the years, I'd like to take that forward into our PCs and inspire others to also, continue on with what he's been doing, both in community, in committees, and also in his work with Flex Optics. And as we have mentioned this morning, he is deeply missed, but we hope that we carry his inspiration going forward. So, yeah, that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you. And just one more time, thank you to Fergus for everything he did. Please join me, stand up, and just celebrate him with a round of applause for all his work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we would have a group photo now. My God, this place is big. I'm trying to figure out how to describe the place. But at the restaurant, which is below us, one floor below us, you know where the restaurant is, outside, so you get through the restaurant and then exit the restaurant. That's where we would have our group photo. But there are individuals outside who would guide you in case you miss your way. Just don't end up outside the hotel. It's still inside the hotel, right? But before we go, I would like Cedric to share the details of the lunch. It's not as it used to be, so it's important you listen and understand what Cedric, whom I have no love for, is about to say.
Thank you, Obina. I still love you. Before we go for the group photo, just some instruction for this year. So, as it was announced last year and also by email, so lunch this year will be exclusively for premium ticket holders. So if you don't know which one is it, it's those with orange boundaries. So on their tag, so that's the premium ticket holders. Those one will be able to go, and to access the lunch, you will need to go by the reception desk, and they will give you your lunch coupon and put a sticker on your tag or badge. So please do not lose your coupon, and please note that you will need your tag to access lunch as well. And you can then proceed to the main hotel restaurant below, so downstairs. And thank you for your understanding. And now I think it's time for the group photo. Obina, you can come back. I still like you, Obina. Yes, my evil twin brother.
Come on, look at you.
Yes. As you can see, both our heads are shining. And thank you for the light.
All right, so let's go for the group photo. I was told that the venue for the photo is changed. Apparently, I couldn't describe it accurately, so they had to find somewhere more accurate and central. And I still can't describe the new place. So I would advise we all step out and we'll just lead everyone to the place. That's the easiest way of putting it. Else people will end up outside this hotel. So let's just go together.
Obina. So the whole of Africa is represented there, east, south, west. So I suppose I'll maybe ask starting from Obina's side, if you can just introduce yourself, your organization, 30 seconds max. We have a lot to get through. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Obina Dumike. I work at Open Access Data Center, which is part of the WIOC group. We, of course, provide data center services across Southern Africa, Nigeria, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We also have backbone capacity across various submarine cable systems, but my job specifically is more like a bridge between connectivity and data center, helping our connectivity and the peering ecosystem in the data center to thrive. That's basically what I do. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Azubike Joseph Egerugu, and I work for Rack Center. I'm the head of Peering and Interconnections. We do colo business, and at the same time, I head the exchange here in Rack Center.
Hi everyone, I'm Ike Namani. I'm the Managing Director, Digital Royalty Nigeria. Digital Royalty, as some of us may know, is today the largest data center provider in Africa, with asset cutting across East Africa, West Africa, and South Africa. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Ayomide Jones. I work for Equinix West Africa. Equinix is a data center business across the world. We have 280 data centers across 77 metros in 38 countries. Equinix Nigeria, West Africa, is a result of the acquisition of Ming1, which happened in 2022. We have data centers in Lagos, in Abidjan, and in Ghana. My role as business development manager for the region is to help grow our interconnection density and also co-location. Thank you. And I've just been elected board member of AFIX, to which I'm very excited, and I want to thank everyone who voted for me. Thank you.
Angus Hay from Africa Data Centers, part of the Cassava Technologies Group. We operate data centers across the continent, specifically with deployments in South Africa, in Kenya, and in Nigeria, and some ambitions in other countries further north. I am based in South Africa, but I look after the commercial side of the business, working across the continent.
Hi everyone, Carla Sanderson. I'm representing Terraco. I've been with Terraco for many a year. And as you all know, Terraco is a digital realty company, so very much a colleague of Ike's. I think they stacked the decks in our favor. But I look after marketing and comms, and here to share some ideas with you today.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I switched it off. Hello? Hi everyone. My name is Maggie Miner. I'm representing Raxio Data Centers. We have 6 data centers across Africa. I'm the Business Development Director. And we are present in Ethiopia, Uganda, DRC, Mozambique, Angola, and looking to expand to other regions within Africa. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Fantastic panel. The creme de la creme. So, the reason we are going to go into these questions is because there also obviously is a massive boom in data center, development, funding, investment, and so forth in Africa. But there's also a real question being asked about at what cost. And that's the panel we want to have here today. And we'll obviously invite the floor to participate through Slido. So if you can, at your pleasure, point your phone camera towards that little QR code. Panelists, you don't get to, because you'll have your own questions. And then Ben will support me to drive it on the other side, just to make sure you all don't post some dodgy things. Just to test, again, this was Ben's question, but I like it. So if anybody can just test, make sure it works, it doesn't work, QR code's up there. I know, plenty of options. All right, everybody good? Happy? Fantastic. Oh, not bad. Oh, okay. So somebody's gone straight. Okay, I'll do this. I should ask my first question. While you think about this one, I should ask my first question. We'll come back to it. So, who actually benefits? So, with communities next to data centers, noise, water, power use, water use, jobs queue, etc. We would like to ask the panelists the first question. And this one I should direct to Maggie to start. Sounds like a bit like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Make the case with specifics for why the local community is net better off with your data center there than without it.
Great, good question. I think during the opening remarks, we did hear they need more data centers. So clearly it's very evident that we are on the right track in terms of developing data center. One, for local hosting, ensuring that our data remains local within the continent, and two, to support global business as well. But who benefits? Far and large, you'll actually confirm. When I look here, I don't see foreigners on this panelist. So these are locals. They do benefit in terms of job creations in various verticals or sectors. And we have seen in the past that we actually promote the local communities to ensure that they are able to get the training that is required. We have new skills that are required within the data center. So we've also upgraded that to ensure that the local universities and educational institutions are able to adapt that which we require to just ensure that once that is done in terms of when they're done with the university, then they are able to be absorbed directly within the various markets. Two, the local government definitely benefits in terms of economic growth, as well as bringing new players within that market or industry. And we've seen a lot of investment within that sector. We have the hyperscalers, we have the CDNs that have actually improved our connectivity and user experience within the local communities. We can actually confirm we have Meta here. The hyperscalers are here. They want an infrastructure that will be able to host and support their infrastructure. So who benefits would actually be the local users and also the local innovators for the future, and to ensure that we are able to at least give the support that is required to have the hyperscalers and CDNs play a big role in bringing their AI infrastructure, the edge connectivity network within the communities that we live in. So I think that goes a long way. Other than the tax also that is received by the government to ensure that the road infrastructures, the connectivity infrastructure improves with time, with who we are hosting. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure all of you might have some version of the same answer. So what I'll do is I'll pinch one in there and say, who of you, your data centers has paid directly for the community use of water, power directly, or does that stop at the fence line? Who wants to take it? Okay.
Can I answer that?
Yes, you can answer that.
I'm going to give more evidence to support Maggie's argument. Data centers, when they are being built employ between 1,500 and 2,500 people. Many of those are from within the local catchment area. If we look at things like electricity, and do we pay for electricity of local community users directly, I can't say we pay for the electricity directly, but we pay directly for the development of access to electricity. Every time a data center is being built, the infrastructure that supports that data center in terms of electrical supply, etc., is upgraded at the cost of the data center, and we're happy to pay that price. It develops the entire area for anything that follows. We have done this across Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban. That is a direct payment from us. And then, of course, we should never overlook the supply chain that supplies a data center. That's all local. Whether you're hiring security, you're hiring cleaners. Believe it or not, data centers use an enormous amount of cleaners to keep it dust-free and all those other good things. Or security people that look after the actual facility itself. They're all local. Directly, we benefit each of the local communities that we operate in.
Angus?
So I do have an example. We actually generated water during the day zero in Cape Town, where we actually were net producers of water from atmospheric water generation and provided it to the local community. But I think we'll tackle that under the water question. I wanted to add something else, though, which is that we're kind of missing the obvious point, is that data centers are central to what we're trying to build in terms of development. So just to appeal to this audience, I know everybody here is kind of into the internet, I hope. Let's just think about what data centers are, and what is the internet without data centers? Think about any of the services, any of the things that we think of as even basic human rights today, all the things that we want to build, water infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, all of the healthcare, the education, all of the services that we're thinking of as being fundamental rights that people need are in some way dependent nowadays on the internet. And if you take away the data centers, the internet is wires. So fundamental to the benefits that data centers are giving to people is what's inside them. It's the services that they're generating. Now, one can debate where those services should be and whether they should be in your backyard, but I think you can safely say that without the data centers, many of the things that we think of as development would not be happening at all.
Thank you. Obina? Yes. Let me have Obina first, and then you can go, Ike.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I would like to expand the context a bit, and I totally agree with what you guys have said so far. And I want us to take a look at it from an African context, because when you look at from a global perspective, this might actually be a problem in some climes. But in Africa, you cannot have certain kinds of infrastructure without actually being part of that community because of the way we are as a people. In Nigeria specifically, all the data centers, to the best of my knowledge, were there, and then the community developed around it. And that's because the data centers were active in supporting the development of those communities that eventually grew around them. A typical example for those that have heard of what we call the Lagos Coastal Road, which is the most popular road development in Nigeria. All the communities on the other side of that road were cut off initially during the development. But it was the data center infrastructures on that belt, which Ike knows about, and you are aware, in partnership with the other IT organizations that actually went to the government to say, hey, look, we must protect all of these assets, and by doing so, protect the community that lives around there. My data center specifically actually had to reconstruct the road that goes in front of our data center all the way across to create access to the people that live there to get home. Now, these are not the people that work for us. I'm not even going to go to the fact that we have staff that are local and all of that. These are communities that live around the data center that were cut off by something good. The road is a fantastic development, but they needed access to their houses, and that has to be done. And I know it's the same thing with where LKK2 is as well, up there as well. So the data centers and the communities around them in Africa are not separatable, realistically speaking. And I also know for a fact that towards there are other data centers. I'm not going to give you free advert, but every data center in Lagos, you understand, in one way or the other, actually. And then from a water resource perspective, that since you already mentioned it, and I want to quickly chip it in, majority, Africa has water, but potable, drinkable water is the problem, right? And most of the communities around these data centers are actually not able to process their own clean water, since the government most times don't provide it. Do you know how they get water? From the data centers.
Thank you, Abida. Ike?
Okay, yeah, so that we don't overflog this, but just re-emphasizing what has been said, there is verifiable evidence of contribution by data center development to the cities and local community, right? I remember one of the iconic photos that I ever took with Ben and Mitchell. She's laughing because she remembers what I'm talking about. We stood on the road, and 2 or 3 years later, we stood on the same spot just to see before and after, right? These are the Lekki site for To Africa, right? Before that site was developed, it was a isolated, desolate village just by the Atlantic Ocean. What we ended up doing was build a brand new city, a totally brand new city for that project. It involved road construction, bringing electricity, pretty much a brand new city, which at a point was the fastest growing part of Lagos, purely because of the data center project, right? All this invested by Digital Royalty, the data center company, right? So we have evidence to really show that these things are not something the data centers come, take from the community. It actually has value, and there is evidence to back it up. As we're speaking today, there's at least 3 different independent power producers building IPPs within that community, right? To serve both the data center as well as the community. They wouldn't be building those power plants if the data center was not there, right? So these are verifiable facts that truly shows that when data centers come into a community, it has value, right? The other panelists have already said it's beyond physical stuff you could see in terms of the economy, job creation, and the rest of it, right? Foreign direct investment that also comes in. So on a net basis, truly data centers add more value than they take from the local community, at least in Africa for now.
Thank you, Ike. I think Ayomide and Azubugi, I want you to answer the first question that the panelists have put up, which is about, the audience has voted to be the most interesting question, starting with you, Ayomide. Should DCs operate fabrics?
Equinix does have Equinix Fabric, and what we do is we connect our locations. We have 280 locations across 3 regions. So we are in EMEA, we're in APAC, and we are in EMEA, APAC, and thank you, Americas. And so what we do with our fabric is literally just connect our data centers. I would like to understand what this person is trying to understand.
So that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was, should data centers operate fabrics?
Why not?
Azubugi, I'm not going to hint, so maybe Azubugi, you understand where the question is going. Maybe.
So just to add to what she has said, now how do you distinguish having a fabric and then you saying you're carrier neutral and then you selling connectivity? So what's the differentiator between both of them?
We don't sell connectivity. We just sell interconnectivity between our data centers.
Well, from my perspective, I don't think data centers should be running fabrics. We should try as much as possible to be as neutral as possible, where we enable the ecosystem in terms of people who connect to the DCs, like the telcos. So you don't go into the same business with them and then compete with them and take them out of the market. And then you have a different perspective where you say you're carrier neutral, but on the other side, you operate a fabric.
What is your definition of carrier neutral?
Carrier neutral means you do not have any connectivity, and then you just sell colo. You try to build the ecosystem, all members of the ecosystem, the telcos, the CDNs, and everybody. No connectivity, you don't compete with anybody in your ecosystem. So would that be the case for you?
Yes, that is the case. Who buys fabric from us? Majority are networks.
Do you understand how that works?
So explain.
Obina wanted to say something. Let him speak.
Obina, you want to say something?
All right. So I think the confusion here, or what we should clarify first, is basically what is a fabric, right? Because majority of the time, we confuse a fabric with providing basic connectivity business. It's not connectivity. Connectivity is an element of the fabric. It's not the entire fabric itself, right? Great. So once you understand that difference, you understand that a carrier-neutral data center from providing colocation and at the same time providing connectivity, which on its own is actually not wrong, but it's not the same conversation with having a fabric. Now let's go to what a fabric is actually. From the fabric, on its most basic level, is a software layer on top of everything in your data center. At its most basic level, that's what it is. You can advance it into providing, what they call it now, on-ramp services, even connecting, plugging IXs and all of that. You can go all the way out, right? But on the most basic level, a fabric is a software layer where, what they call it, product and services and things you can access within the data center marketplace is made available to the end users. So if I'm to say yes or no, should a data center operate a fabric? Yes, because it's just a marketplace, right? However, when you build a fabric, the question I was expecting from a fabric perspective is, how do you make a fabric part of the ecosystem so that the users in your data center take that fabric, get into the fabric, and they are able to actually play within the interconnect ecosystem in the data center? So on its own, it's not a problem. And when we say interconnect ecosystem, people usually define it from their perspective. If I am an ISP, it's all about the ISPs. If I'm an IXP, it's all about the IXPs. But an ecosystem is an interaction of all the elements within the data center. Peers to IXPs. IXPs are picking content from all of that stuff. And then the fabric creates a central point where, irrespective of what it is, you can go out, you can come back, you can stay, you can connect to different data centers and so on and so forth. Yes, we should have a fabric if it is an absolute necessity for your data center. Thank you.
Azubuge, you look like you want to rebut.
Yeah.
You're not convinced.
So how he has explained it makes more sense. If you say you're trying to connect the ecosystem. But I think the fine line to ask him is, what does the connectivity aspect of your organization play in all of this? So you're saying a fabric, obviously you can connect various members of the ecosystem in various regions in, let's say, sub-Saharan Africa. So who provides that connectivity? How does the fabric, how are you able to take, let's say someone wants IPLC maybe in London or wherever he is, how are you able to transmit that?
Let me answer that. If someone wants IPLC in London, they will go on the marketplace of the fabric and they'll find a provider there who can carry them to London. That's not on us.
So you don't compete?
We don't. But when you say connectivity, there's last mile connectivity. If you're not connecting between our data centers, we're not involved in that story.
Okay.
If we have to do a class on this, we can book one, but it would take a very long time.
And on that bombshell, question number 2. The drought trade-off, water. I know there has been some discussion about water already, and I think Angus wanted to say something a little bit deeper on that. So that question then is, if a drought forces a choice between keeping the data centers cooling online and keeping the neighborhood taps running, who wins? And has that decision actually been made in writing, let's say? Sure?
Yeah. So maybe just to finish the story there, let's start with, and I think there's probably going to be consensus on this panel, but let's see what the response is. I don't think there are any significant data centers in South Africa or Africa across the continent that are major water consumers. And the reason being that either evaporative or adiabatic cooling, which is the one that has caused all the controversy in Europe and North America, is simply not used in most of our technologies. We largely use closed-loop systems. Most African data centers have air cooling chillers, and we circulate water. There's water in a data center, but it's inside the pipes, and it stays there. So I think in that respect, it's somewhat of a myth on the African continent that water is a problem. Now, that's not to say that there's no impact on water and that there's no impact on infrastructure, but I think you also need to look at, there's a bigger question around efficiency. You know, is it more efficient if you're trying to cool something to have lots of little servers in everybody's offices? Or is it more efficient to be centralized? And I think if you look at the net energy consumption, which is also going to affect water, you know, upstream in terms of the larger economy, centralizing in highly efficient environments where you can maximize the cooling efficiency, where you can use the water, you know, the water in the pipes that doesn't go out, where you can operate at high efficiency, is in fact the optimum way to house data. You know, if you're debating whether the data should be there or not, that's another debate. But if you're going to put the data somewhere and process it, we on the African continent, I think we can safely say that we are highly water efficient.
So maybe I'll ask a follow-up question, because you were quite prepared for this one. Ike, to you. Have you published, as a digital realty company, your water usage effectiveness, or only just PUE?
We have. We record it, we publish it on a monthly basis per se, because it's a requirement from the global digital royalty that we do that. So the answer is straight yes.
Anybody else?
So same here.
Yeah.
I mean, we did a survey for all of the data centers in South Africa. We don't have exact figures, but we certainly publish. But I'll just give you the numbers for South Africa, which is interesting. So our WUE across South African data centers, across the major providers, is something like 0.1 liters per kilowatt hour. That's about 95% below the North American or the European averages.
Angus is too ready. Carl, I'll come to you now. Oh, yes, okay, Obina, then I'll come to Carl.
Okay, just a reminder, when he says South Africa, that's where our DC is as well. I'm sure those are the numbers.
We also have a DC in South Africa.
Terraco owns South Africa.
Anyways, like I said earlier, there is an African problem, and there is a global problem that looks like an African problem, right? Africa has a water problem, but our water problem have not gotten to the point that it's becoming, the presence of data centers are becoming a negative impact on water resource in Africa, and that's how I'm going to leave it. Yeah.
Can I just add, right? If there is a water issue, it's really a planning issue than a data center issue. Just let me drop that controversy there and move on.
Are you blaming the government?
I didn't say that.
Carla, has your data center ever been asked by the water company to curtail usage, let's say, during a shortage?
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. Not even during Cape Town's approach to day zero.
Oh, really?
So just to add a little bit here, the one thing I think we should all recognize is data centers are not generic. Data center technology across continents is not generic. The African data center industry is much younger. And we are aware of our environment. We know where we're building. We have engineered so that we don't face the same problems that the Americas have, that Europe has. It's an engineering design choice. And I believe that all the panelists here have taken pretty much the same one. We're responsible about how we design and build our data centers.
But so by extension, that would then infer that if efficiency in Africa is so great, you're going to attract a lot more business from the world because you're more efficient here, which then in turn becomes a scaling problem, no?
Marcus,
or am I simplifying it?
You're simplifying it. I think as soon as we can travel at faster than light speed, that makes sense. But the reality is that data needs to live closest to its users. Distance is still a problem.
No, but I mean, but if Africa is so efficient and we're looking for GPU places, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, but isn't that a good problem to have, though?
I'm just saying it becomes a scaling problem,
because,
right? So then you end up in the same place at the end?
No, not in the same place, because we are learning from other regions what has gone wrong, and we are correcting it. The advantage Africa has today is we don't need to learn on the spot, right? We are learning from what others have gone through. So we are building more efficient data centers, we are operating it more efficiently, and more importantly, we are not starting with legacy facilities that needs to be modified, right? All the new stuff being built are built with latest technology in line with prevailing requirements for whatever metrics you want to use. So actually, it's actually in a better, Africa is in a better place to attract some of the challenges these guys are facing with capacity and bring them here. In fact, if you ask me, that should be our major pitch going forward, right? You've got a problem in North America, come to Africa. You've got a problem in Europe, come to Africa. Because we don't have some of these legacy issues they are dealing with.
Yeah. For Ayomide and for Maggie, I would like you to answer the next question from the floor. It seems all the data centers are giving the hyperscalers love. Nobody's giving anybody love in the rural areas. That's the question.
Okay, let me go first. We might have mentioned, we mentioned the hyperscalers, and for good reasons. First, we promote our local, and our local is already within the data center space that we want them to be. And we're talking about the smaller connectivity partners, the WISPs. And they are already being sensitized, and they're already playing into that space. And we are seeing content creators also coming into that space. So who are we also trying to sort of attract so that we are able to grow? Because when you have the hyperscalers, then I just mentioned, your user experience becomes much easier. We have ByteDance here. So allow me to mention, they already have a lot of content, and we have a lot of our locals, even down there in the village, using what they provide. So it's not that we are not promoting the local. We are doing a lot of background support in terms of bringing those communities together. We are doing a lot of workshops within our data center space to make sure that they are able to take advantage of the data centers. We are also educating the locals to just know what is it that we are doing within that covered building, that's highly secured building. So there is that sensitization, and we're giving them love, even supporting them in terms of structuring commercial benefits to them. So that is there. The hyperscalers need to come because we also need to grow. And the reason why we are saying that is if they come, then even getting that product becomes way cheaper than what it is now. So it means more increase in terms of building our capacity and the infrastructure around it. So that's where we are. So we love the locals because the locals have ensured that we stay afloat. But what more can we do? Can we make sure that those who prefer external hosting are able to see value, find value in that local hosting? That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I'm not going to overflow what she said, but a data center is a polygamous marriage, essentially. You need to have everybody in that ecosystem. And this polygamous man in this situation has different types of wives. So they are the hyperscalers. You can't have a data center with just hyperscalers. You need the networks, you need the IXPs. In our data centers, for example, in Lagos, we have IXPN, we have AM6 Lagos. You need the cloud providers, you need the enterprises. We have over 60 enterprises in Lagos. We have over 85 networks in Lagos. We have local providers in Lagos. And we understand the nuances. We understand the mechanism of interaction is different. And we have different pricing models to attract locals. We don't sell a full rack, we try and sell less than half racks for them, and we try and grow with them. Because without the networks, it wouldn't grow. We need traffic to grow. What attracts new players into the economy is traffic growth. One of the things that attracts them, amongst others, is traffic growth. And that happens when you have the whole ecosystem performing or working together, not just hyperscalers. So,
polygamous marriage, I like this one.
Yeah.
But I want to pivot quickly to.
I do not support polygamy. Thank you.
I thought we just agreed.
This is just for an analogy.
Thank
you.
Illustration.
Yeah. Thank you.
Azubugi, you're the one that doesn't operate a global data center on that panel, let's say. Does the business case work if there's no hyperscaler in the sales pipe?
So it doesn't. I think the hyperscalers are actually very important, to be honest, if you look at it And I have to agree with her, because you need to marry everybody in the ecosystem, as it is. So even the ISPs. No, I have to
Nigeria
use it, because because she's actually right, and I give it to her. And for us, we have even gone a step below. So she said, giving half a rack and all this, we even go below. We can give you 2U space, because we understand the dynamics about all this. We know that you need to grow as a business. And then you have the eyeballs. You also need the hyperscalers to bring this content. In Africa, we are not ready. How many of the local content providers do we have? Exactly. Yeah. So we need to rely on them while we try to build what we have locally. And then,
so let me add to that. If you are to rightly respond to that, you just need to be realistic about the historical evolution of data center services, right? The truth of the matter is that for many years, and probably up to now, right, it's been the people you classify as hyperscalers that has grown the data center space, that have sustained it. They are the reasons why these facilities were built, because they were the only ones that came into some markets that were not even digitized from an economic standpoint, and was just able to start offering services, right? Now, that is changing, right? And what we are noticing now is that as more of these markets begin to digitize, and the digital economy is growing, we are beginning to see more local entities from the enterprise market beginning to have need of it. We are beginning to see governments beginning to have need of data center services as they digitize the economy. So we are beginning to see that evolution and change, right? Where suddenly, if you check your data center customer base, instead of it being predominantly maybe 90% hyperscalers in quote, because we need to put that in quote, right, in the past, now it's probably tending towards 60, and I see it tending more, you understand, in the next few years. So it's just a thing of timing. This market was built by these same people, because they were the first people that came in, created the need for these data centers to be built. But now we are beginning to see more a differentiation in terms of the customer base. It's happening very rapidly too.
Can I just add to that? Okay. What you just described is gravitational pull caused by magnetism, more or less. And what you have is that when contents come into Africa, the first place they go to is South Africa. And we can see that by the time NAP Africa was at 1 terabyte, we had all the content players there. When they go past South Africa, they then go look to the west or to the east. If they come to the west, they come to Lagos. Why? Lagos is half of West Africa. By population, we have 230 million people accounted for. We don't know those who are not accounted for. Out of 460 million in West Africa. So they come to Lagos, right? So if on average, if an hyperscaler is not in South Africa, the chances of you seeing them in Lagos is very slim. And if they go to the east, where do they go to? They go to Kenya. And once they come into Lagos, the next point of call is to go to the Francophone region, because West Africa, believe it or not, has 16 countries recognized, and only 6 of them speak English. And when they're going to Francophone West Africa, where do they go? Who knows? Abidjan. Thank you. So this is a natural phenomenon, and we see it changing. You can tell that if Meta goes somewhere, you know who is going to follow them. So they actually create a gravitational pull called magnetism, and that's how the ecosystem has grown historically. Thank you.
Obina?
So I think I understand where the question is coming from, because it's not hyperscalers versus the rest. That is not. Each business model has its own unique place, right? The hyperscalers will not go further away from the major cities. It's the responsibility of those of us that are in those countries to extend their services to those local places. So it's not versus. It's a function of this is built for this, and that is built for this. And each business model works in its own economy and its own geography where it is designed for. For example, what we did in South Africa was that we have 12 hyperscale data centers within the OADC belt. Then we had gone further away from the tier 1 cities, Joburg, Cape Town, and so on and so forth, to put the edge data centers. I wouldn't expect a hyperscale client to go to those edge data centers to take services. We can't support it. But I would expect him to go to any of the hyperscale platform to take a service, because that is what it's designed for. So the question is, why are we not seeing more edge data centers popping up in other tier 7 cities, for I just use that word loosely? It's because other business
reasons that needs to enable data center to thrive in that locations has to be taken into consideration. You are not going to build an edge data center in a location that has no viable value for that data center. So no one is deliberately not building edge data centers in cities far away from the major cities. Most times the economy doesn't support it. I'm a Nigerian. I go to Sokoto, for example, in Nigeria, which is far north of Lagos, or Maiduguri, which is a 24 hours flight and probably 4 days trip by road. I go there and build a data center, but there is no fiber cable connection to that place. So what's the value of the data center? Right? So it's not hyperscale versus edge data center. It's about what business case works for which location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Diesel, I think Azubogi, I'll ask you to go for this one. Okay. Because we know why. There's no electricity in Africa. Summer we have data centers. It's a miracle. So is green data center marketing in this region mostly true or greenwashing aimed at international investors who will never see the fuel logs?
So I wouldn't put it the way you put it in context. So we know our reality here in Africa. We know the key challenges we face. If any of them comes here and tells you that, oh, they're very green, they've done away with fossil fuel, obviously we know that's not the case. But the idea is to find ways in which you can be very efficient in terms of going green. Now I say this because initially when we started in 2013, we were basically running diesel generators. And just to let you know, since inception, we've never gone down. Uptime, 100%. So we looked at it and then we decided, how do we then go even greener? We decided to go with the IPP, which is gas, compressed gas. And what this is a much more cleaner burn than your diesel. We also have on the pipeline to extend this to PV, which is your solar panel. The idea is to carry non-critical loads on these solar panels and then extend, depending, as need be. So we know the challenges we face. To come on here and tell you that you can do away with fossil fuel at this moment in Africa, or I just say West Africa, Nigeria as a whole, it's not the reality. It's not the reality. But we'll continue to mix technologies to see ways that we can go greener. I think that's my...
Yes, Amide.
I'm a diesel generator as well. If you think about it, personally, I run a power generation plant in my house. We all do. Majority of Nigerians do. We do our own maintenance. Procurement as well. I procure diesel for my own generation plant at home. It's a function of our economy. Yeah. And the real thing is a planning issue. The grid that we have, and I can only speak for Nigeria, it wasn't planned for this digital economy. What we have in Nigeria is about 13,000 megawatts of installed capacity. And all that we can actually generate is about 5,800 megawatts. But what Nigeria needs today is, just for basic supply of electricity, is about 30,000 megawatts. If we then add on the compute requirements, about 100,000 megawatts. And this 13,000 megawatts that we have installed, it was installed 2 decades ago. And at that point, we celebrated it because we went from 3,000 megawatts to 13,000 megawatts. And when I look back at 2 decades ago, that's when GSM, around the time GSM came out. So my dad had a phone like this one on my blouse, a 3310, that he used half his salary to buy. That was the time when we installed this capacity. So 20 years down the line, we still have the same installed capacity. And data centers in Nigeria, they're using about 120 megawatts of capacity. No one has planned for it. So if we want to stop greenwashing, which people do, they should be called out for it because we know the realities. What we need to do is plan intentionally. And to plan intentionally, we have gas. You know, as Ibike mentioned that, my ally. We have over 200 trillion cubic feet of gas. What do we do with it? We flare it. Or we export it because it's more profitable to export that gas than to sell it locally because the government has made the price really low. And the other thing is that the gas is stranded. So it's in the Niger Delta. But no one can bring it to Lagos or Abuja or Port Harcourt where it's needed. Why? Pipelines don't exist. And I know many players are building pipelines now between Niger Delta to Lagos State. And so once that is available, we will see more data center capacity. We will see green data centers, not greenwashing. And that's happening quicker, sooner than we know it. And we're also seeing new players building in those areas as well to bridge the gap. Thank you.
Angus.
Yeah, I just want to have a go at rescuing my Nigerian colleagues. So, absolutely, I fully understand the challenges, and we operate in Nigeria. Yes, we also operate at 100% availability on natural gas. We built a data center that has a local natural gas power station to get cleaner than diesel. Absolutely, and we'll say that openly, that we are cleaner than diesel. But in the Nigerian market, exactly as you're saying, I think there's a way to go. But if we look at the continent as a whole, let's not lose sight of what we do have. In Kenya, where we operate in Nairobi, we're north of 90% renewable. Yeah. We're operating on a grid that's 90% renewable, and we barely run generators. In South Africa, there's a huge myth around the South African electricity supply. Right now, we have an excess of electricity in the grid in South Africa, and there are a few things to understand about that. The first thing is, what is the impact data centers are having on the overall electricity supply industry in South Africa? Firstly, we make up 0.9% of the consumption of electricity in South Africa. Let that sink in for a bit. 0.9%. The global average, just so you know, is only about 1.5%, which means that a lot of the hype around data centers making an impact is a local issue, not a global one. There are much larger industries doing, sucking energy out of the grids than all the data centers in the world put together. So what are we doing in the South African environment? And we are certainly working with Equinix, with Terraco, with others within the environment to drive what we call the just energy transition in South Africa. Our grid is 80% non-renewable, but we are amongst the biggest buyers of renewable IPP energy. We're amongst the biggest drivers of that transition to renewable energy. Why? Because our global customers expect it. We don't greenwash. What we do is drive the agenda for moving towards renewable energy. And I think if you look at the African continent as a whole, there are massive opportunities for renewable energy. One day we'll dam the Congo River. There's about 40 gigawatts of power in the Congo River when we build that power station.
Can I just also celebrate Ethiopia? I know they've just launched an hydro dam, the largest in the world, so it's worth celebrating. Yeah. I don't know if there are any Ethiopians in the room, but deserve a round of applause.
Carla?
Just a comment to make and to support what Angus has said. South Africa is in a unique position, different to the rest of Africa, but with its own unique challenges. The reality is, if data centers stop buying electricity from the national grid, the other consumers will pay more. There are fixed costs that need to be covered for electricity generation. You pull large users off the grid, and the users that are left behind will be paying more for their power. So it's a little bit of turning the argument on its head for the rest of the world, which is why I said data centers aren't generic. Africa offers a set of challenges and a set of opportunities that the rest of the world doesn't see.
That's a fair point. Yes, Maggie.
Just a final comment on us trying to appreciate where we've come from. Actually, I think the data centers have been a driving force behind our electricity upgrade and ensuring we also go green. So we've seen a lot of solar, wind energy, because we've actually have had a high demand of power within our facilities. So it's work in progress. We are not where we were, but we have played a key or instrumental role in ensuring that we are able to appreciate the green energy. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Maggie. So I think the first question was answered by Ike. So we'll probably have to skip that one. The next one was answered by Ayomide. We'll skip that one too. That was fabric. As Boogie, do we now agree or not fabric is? The other one is a work in progress session. So I think the most interesting one is actually the latest one. Data centers legitimate targets in armed conflict, now that AI is being extensively used to identify targets in the theater of war.
Unfortunately, yes, because we've seen examples of it, right? So we can't deny that it's not the case anymore, right?
But I know some of you don't put logos on your buildings. Is that why?
Well, we put a big tarpaulin to cover it. You know, so, but the answer to that is yes, because now there's verifiable evidence of that happening in the recent conflict in the Middle East. But as we also know, especially in a country like Nigeria, I don't know of other countries, data centers are treated as critical national infrastructure, which gives you all the protection the government can provide to such an infrastructure, including security if needed and the rest of it. Again, going back to the earlier comment I made about the attractiveness of Africa at this time, nobody's attacking data centers in this region. So maybe this should be seen as a natural disaster recovery site or redundancy. In fact, that should be one of the pitch that Africa should be seen as one of the distributed sites for some of these critical assets, you know. I think what this also shows is the need for redundancy and the proper distribution of assets, even within countries, right? That's literally how to respond to this situation. We can't deny that it's no longer target, because people have realized that we are in a digital world, and the digital economy is run almost directly from data centers, right? So it's what it is, but we also now also need to redesign the securities about within our assets, you know, now that people have seen that these are critical infrastructure that can cause a lot of disruption to any society if there's a problem there.
Thank you, Ike. I'm reminded, Carla, of the 2021 riots in Durban that I think occurred a couple of meters outside the data center, but somehow the data center got spared. What stories or learnings do you have from that one?
Tough ones and scary ones. The reality is that we monitor all sorts of things. The same way that within the data center we monitor power, we monitor cooling, we monitor equipment, we monitor security. We remain incredibly aware of who we are and that we are potentially a target. Thankfully, with the riots, we weren't a target. We don't house goods that are easy to sell or goods that are easy to loot. And there's, of course, not a huge amount of foot traffic in and out of the data center. So it looks like a fairly low volume type facility. But we certainly learned some important lessons around the security. Our security is ramped up a lot higher, yet remains quite invisible, but something to always monitor.
Missile radar monitoring for data centers might be a business model. Question 4. Yeah. So, a cheap, good enough local language model running on a single GPU box could address the AI drives massive DC demand, blah, blah, blah. Now, what we're saying is, I understand Apple is yet to, or just about to release M6 Ultra or something or other for, what's it called? What's the little Apple one? The box, not the laptop. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That one. Yeah. M6 Ultra in a box with 12.5 terabytes of memory. So if that is going to sit in the office and run local LLMs, do we suggest that perhaps there might not be the AI boom the data centers are hoping for? So which of you has actually modeled that downside scenario versus just getting on the AI boom narrative because it's what investors want to hear? You could also say nobody can afford an M6 Ultra. That's also fine. Who wants to go?
So I'm going to comment, but I'm going to go off track very quickly. I think I'm safe to say that we're the only data center on the African continent that has a significant pure GPU deployment. So we have what's called an AI factory, which has been deployed by one of our sister companies in our data center in Cape Town, 3 megawatts, 2,000 GPUs, offering GPU as a service, GPU capabilities, selling onto the open market. And I think if you're asking, is there an insatiable demand for processing in AI? Yes, without any doubt. Are we attracting it to the African continent? That's a different debate. You know, is it valuable? I think to everybody's point, you know, the economies of scale we can achieve with data centers can have enormous impacts. The things we can do with an independent AI platform that we can load anybody's models on are amazing. But I don't think there's any real threat at this stage that AI is not going to consume all the processing it can possibly find on the planet. So, yeah, I have no worries about whether our phones or iPads are going to take over. There's definitely AI demand. And I think one needs to understand that in the much broader context of what AI really is. You know, I think a lot of the controversy around AI is misunderstanding where AI fits in the bigger scheme of the digital economy, development, the impacts it can make. I mean, it doesn't make it not scary, but I think the countries that have AI are going to advance in ways that we can't yet predict. The countries that do not have AI are going to fall further behind in the same way as they did with electricity, with transport. We've got to level the playing field. Do we want AI in Africa? Yes. Do we want more of it here? Yes. Do we want independence? Yes. Because if we're not there, we are going to slip behind the rest of the world.
Ayomide, I'll ask you, if AI forecast demand maybe falls short 50% from what you've budgeted, what happens to your business case in that scenario?
So I'll flip that question in his head, just as Carla said earlier. My dad always says to me, no one is coming to save you, so you better study hard and pass. And that's been years. So you mentioned a good enough, cheap LLM model, right? And I think that that's not a bad thing for Africa, honestly, because there's so many African use cases. Healthcare, for example. I was once sick in a hospital for 2 days, and they couldn't find my records. So they couldn't give me an update on what was wrong with me for 2 days. There's so many use cases for Africa. We are now in the fourth revolution. We missed the first one, we were the raw materials, right? In the second one, we gave raw materials. And the third one, we were the attention. We bought Microsoft, we bought everything. But this is the fourth revolution. And it's our opportunity to stand up. It's our opportunity to build those small compute LLMs, right? And serve our continent. And when you think about what is happening, again, I can only speak from Nigeria. What's happening with the National Cloud Sovereignty Initiative and now the National Digital Innovation Assurance Framework and CBN mandate, even if the AI boom deflates, we still have enough requirements that will fill those clusters up if they come. Enough requirements. So I'm not worried about deflation. We need more data centers because we have a lot of local requirements that can fill it up.
So maybe, Obina, I'll ask the question another way then, because these guys are too prepared. We're obviously seeing data centers, such as the one Angus has just illustrated, building GPU clusters as a service. Do you think that you can outpace a hyperscaler building and offering a GPU service versus a data center offering the GPU service? I know.
Yeah, so I had to take a second. I had to take a second.
I know.
Okay. Okay. So, but the thing is that, again, back to the definition of a data center. Irrespective of who developed those capabilities, you still have to put in a data center. So at the end of the day, it's a data center, right? And we've seen that the closer you get towards the edge, the more better you have in terms of access. So a hyperscaler in California develops a GPU as a service portfolio. You still have to bring it down to Africa so that the people in Africa will have better experience. And you are not going to carry a data center from California to Nigeria, Abidjan. We have to work together because I know the local market. And what makes it more interesting is that before you come home, we had already built a data center waiting for you to come. So I think it's going to be more like a collaborative approach where at the end of the day, there is an infusion of the two. And again, back to what Ike said earlier, the problem we have here in Africa is that we are following. We are already seeing it, so we know how to prepare. You understand? So in the future, be it Apple, be it whoever that develop, the more you are developing AI capability, be it putting in more GPUs, whether you are consuming more power or less power and all of that, it's accommodated in one way or the other. But the best thing I would say is that most African data centers, I'm not sure about South Africa, but I know that most data centers in Nigeria actually are built on a local business case than hyperscale business case.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
Azubuike.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, I think for me the key word is flexibility. So you build your data center in such a way that it adapts to today's needs. And then if in the future we see there's a lot of requests for this GPU as a service, you build that infrastructure in such a way that you can adapt to tomorrow's needs. So both ways, I think you're not losing out. Because while you can cater to what you have today, you can also scale up to whatever needs you may have in the future.
Ike, I'm going to direct the next question to the audience. Audience, you're a bit lazy. I mean, I'm not seeing anything. The first one was answered, the second one was answered, the third one is quite interesting, so I think I'll go straight to that. Okay, all right, so we'll take the third one, because that actually looks quite interesting, and I'll direct Ike and Maggie to that one. So someone is claiming that it's not fair. What say you? I'm asking you.
No, I'm just trying to understand who is saying this. So
someone here.
Okay, let me explain, right, why that is the case. Okay, if at all, okay. Look at it this way. Somebody shows up to me and says, I need a 2U rack space with 2 kilowatts as my demand from your data center, right? And my good friend Kelechi does this mathematics and gives Mark a quotation. Now, all is good. You get the price. You say. Then another person shows up to me and says, oh, I need 1 megawatt, right? And Nse does a calculation and give a quotation. Now, the guy with 2U rack space, 2 kilowatt, is saying, why is the unit cost that you've given me more expensive than what you've given to the 1 megawatt guy? It's a volume business, right? Because what basically happens is the unit cost you are saying that is cheaper for the higher capacity. So I don't want to use the word hyperscaler. Let's look at it from the demand, the capacity. That's what you are giving discount on, right? And it's a volume business. Everywhere we go, we know in the world there's always what is called volume discount. That's really what you are saying. Not that you are saying, oh, because it's a hyperscaler, I need to give him a lower price. Because remember what? No matter the price you give, you can't sell below your cost price. Remember that. So 2 things happens here. 1 is a volume business. 2, 99% of the time, the hyperscaler you are saying comes with not just power consumption he's taking from you. He also comes with more connectivity. He also comes with a bigger value creation for your facility. Guess what? The moment that guy shows up, 20 other customers are coming with him. So he's providing more value to your asset, right? Okay, so if you lump all this together, the summary of it is literally, when you do your financial model to build a data center, you know what your minimum selling price should be for you to make the expected return on investment, right? And I can assure you, no data center that understands their business would sell below that. If not, they're going to go out of business.
So you've answered the first half of the question. I want Maggie to answer the second half. It's gone, but I remember it. Free. So I want to ask Maggie quickly, yes or no? You don't want stories. Have you given free cabinets to a hyperscaler? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Obina, you wanted to say something?
Absolutely yes.
Absolutely seconded. And we will explain. We will explain. But remember, as he's explaining, also remember that there's no free lunch.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mark, you said yes or no. So do we justify? Do we qualify?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay.
No, Maggie can go first.
All right. So I just want to say there's no way you can actually give business for free. there must be a give and take somewhere for us to actually engage and for the hyperscaler to feel comfortable. I have mentioned that we've gone as low as ensuring that the WISPs who actually refuse to peer until recently, when a lot of sensitization and education was done, are in a position to actually afford the business. So we've gone lower in terms of our commercial models to just support that local business. So here is a hyperscaler. This hyperscaler is consuming a lot of power, okay, compared to a customer who's coming with a 2U or a 4U. And from somewhere.
Okay, so the question is, data center space, cabinets, can you give it for free? Answer is yes. In open access data center, you can't get power for free. And I know that there is no data center that gives power for free, because the biggest cost of the data center is the power. And again, if someone comes to your data center, especially the hyperscalers, it's not about the cost of colocation, the space, and power. There is an ecosystem around it that needs to be compensated and traded off for that space. That is it. However, also remember that the day you build a data center, let's say 2 megawatt data center, and you light up 2 megawatts data center, you are bearing the cost on a monthly basis of running a 2 megawatt data center, not what is in the data center. So if someone brings 2 kilowatts, I'm still bearing the cost of 2 megawatts. So as someone walks up to me to say, hey, look, I want to buy out the entire 2 megawatts, you are already covering my cost day one. I would rather do business with you than sell a 2 kilowatts and still have to put in an additional cost to support the rest of the unsold power. So that is that. It's not a function of not being happy to provide for the smaller guys, but you need to understand that there is a business case that needs to be taken into account, which is why most data centers, like ourselves, would actually build what we made available for the lower tier categories, and freebies comes with it. Things like free cross connect, free access to peering at the exchange, and all of that stuff. Oh, they're all freebies, and they're usually available to the smaller players in the data center.
There's two really good questions I need to get through, and we only have 10 minutes left, so I just want to get through those. As Boogie and Carla, I'll set you up for those for the first one. Data sovereignty. Big word. Is it fluff? Isn't data sovereignty largely a compliance fiction right now? Because data centers are not islands. And the internet is not in one place. Carla.
Okay. So let's tackle that one correctly. You're 100% right. A server co-located in Johannesburg or in Kigali does not mean you have sovereignty. That's the reality. Data center services can be seen as a stack. You have storage services. You have interconnection services. Your data doesn't stand still. It moves around. So I suppose the question would be, what is the benefit to having local infrastructure? Well, local infrastructure starts giving you choices as to what you do with this data that's moving around. You can make a choice to store it locally. Interconnection means it's still going to travel outside the border, inside the border, but you have a choice, as opposed to saying, we don't have local infrastructure and it all lives somewhere else. But you can't 100% claim that you have 100% sovereignty, because data moves.
So governments, as a Boogie, have put out RFPs saying that the data has to be physically in country, cannot leave the borders. Are we just ticking a box, or do you want to be honest at the government? No, we can't talk freely.
Yeah, so for me, I think it's a step in the right direction. But you need to look at all the moving pieces. The key word here is the ecosystem. As she rightly said, it's not just about saying data must reside in a specific location. What's the ecosystem supporting this data to reside in that location? I'll give you a typical example. In Nigeria, how many active ASNs do we have? If we say, okay, we don't want that data to leave that location, obviously you would expect everybody to peer on their access with their ASNs. How many enterprises have active ASNs? So I think there's a lot of work to be done, especially around the metro connectivity in our own area, sensitization around ASNs and how they work, and then...
so basically it's just fluff.
No, it's not fluff.
It's not.
It's a step in the right direction.
No, the requirement for it not to be fluff
see,
is there,
it's a step in the right direction, but I think that there is a lot to be done.
Neither of you are saying it can be done.
No, it can't be done.
So hold on, guys. Let me take this, because interestingly, I chair the committee that just published Nigeria National Sovereignty Law. So I think I can speak to this.
And I was on that committee.
Yes. So the reality is this, okay? When it comes to data, we need to look at it from multiple layers, as has been said. One is data storage, right? When a data is stored, it's stored in a physical server somewhere, right? And what the sovereignty laws basically says is, let that physical server be sitting in a geographical location within a country. Just tick that off, right? Somebody can say, oh, I want to have a magical eye to physically see my data, and somebody takes you into a digital reality data center in Lekki, and you see the server there, right? That is storage. Now, processing of data, okay, which is a separate conversation in terms of activities that happens for that data, even before it is stored, right? It's a separate ballgame. Now, depending on the transaction and the service being offered, that determines where that data is processed. If it's a service, for instance, what the government is also pushing is that more of this data should be processed locally. For instance, in the case of Nigeria, the financial data, financial transaction, if you are using a POS system, if you are using an ATM, if you're doing fund transfer, if you're processing any of the payment stuff, they want that transaction as long as the two entities involved, right, the bank or the financial institution, the user, are all located within Nigeria. They want that data to take place, whatever you are doing, let it take place within Nigeria for that particular data, as long as is that. But that is different from what you're doing international fund transfer, for instance, right? It's called international fund transfer because it's going across the geographical boundary of the country, right? Just as an example. So the answer is yes, it's not, it's for real. Now, the question you should be asking is, what are the building blocks before you can have a truly sovereign data system in place? And I can assure you that it is a multi-year process. It's not something you do in 1 or 2 days, right? It's a process that requires a lot of building blocks to be in place, including the most important one, data classification, right? What data can truly be sovereign to you as a nation that must be located within your geographical space? What data is not sovereign that can be anywhere, even if people within your country have access to it?
So I'm more interested in data that's marked to be sovereign. So, Angus,
Yeah.
is it feasible?
So I want to turn this on its head, because we're our own worst enemies, and we're not addressing the real problem. So the fact that we're trying to create sovereignty in 54 countries is working against us. Other continents, other jurisdictions have sorted this out in other ways which make a lot more sense. So our problem is not around physical sovereignty. It is to some extent, but the real issue is jurisdictional sovereignty. So the processing the data that's happening. Before anybody gets excited about whether it matters where the flag is on the map, read the US Cloud Act. Just read it before you say that sovereign data is sovereign when it's inside a border. It's not. There's no guarantee. It's about jurisdictions. It's around how you control
and help bring Africa up, if I may say.
Carla?
I'm going to agree. It would be irresponsible.
Potential for us to establish multi-jurisdictional environments where we trust each other's capabilities in a region so that we don't have to move the data to another continent. That's the kind of thing we should be doing.
So back to Ayemide's point, it's a planning problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is within the continent. But development doesn't happen in a sequence. You cannot solve a water problem and ignore an electricity problem. You cannot solve hunger without solving logistics, transport. which means we should not ignore the fact that we are developing digital economy capabilities daily. They go hand in hand. While we solve one, we will find solutions for the others as well.
Obina?
So if this question is put to someone from the government sitting here, and the question is, should the government build the data center instead of focusing on all of this? I will tell the government guy, come and collocate in my facility and go and provide water for the people.
Yep.
So, meanwhile, it is first of all not my responsibility as a private company to provide power, water, all of that for the community. But we've seen our data centers doing that, even though it's not our job. So, the more we have our data center infrastructure at whatever scale it is, you know, continuing to support the community, I think is in the right direction.
Aimide, anything to add?
I think they've said a lot, to be honest. I think what I'll just add is, when GSMs came out in 2001, my dad talks about GSMs a lot, don't ask me why. But there was a publication that said phones before roads. And what you find is that if you look at what has happened in the last two decades in Africa because of the phones that came in, we are a non-consumption economy. And so if you look back at what Strive did when he brought in Equinet, it was a time when in the US and Europe, people were being billed monthly. And when we came, we went to per second billing. So a man can buy a bottle of whiskey, but he can buy a 2 ml sachet, right? And what you realize is that the telcos that came up, many of them fixed roads, as many of my colleagues have mentioned today. So even though the phones came before the roads, that digital foundation helped solve for the basics. And many of the basics we want to solve for today, they run on compute. So once that digital infrastructure or foundation is solved, you can solve all the problems, don't let me say all the problems, you can solve many problems that now run on compute, because post-COVID, 70% or more of businesses use technology to solve problems. Thank you.
So I think that the theme here that I'm getting from the panelists and perhaps also from the audience is that Africa doesn't have the rest of the world's problems, re-data center, so come here. And perhaps the other one I'm getting also is you finish first and then you start afterwards, right? You get to the end before the beginning. I'd really like to thank the panelists. This has been amazing. Very brave of them to come answer these questions under hot fire. And I really, really appreciate it. Please, hand of applause. I shall hand back to Isabel now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. If the panelists could just stay there. Big thank you to Mark and our panelists. A last round of applause, please, for them. Okay, so now we would like to invite anybody that submitted their peering personas to line up right by Cedric. Say again? Oh yeah, so we'll call you for the first group of guys that are...
Hello?
Could we get a mic working?
Hello?
Is it on?
Hello? Okay, this one is working. So this is the first session for the peering personals. We'll be calling them, and please come here, line up.
Yes.
We have Kwame DDS, Meta, SECOM, AFIX, Orange Burkina Faso, IXPN, INCZE, BFIX, Civics, Lynx, VNet Africa, DKIX, and Frank. Tix. Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, everybody, we will bring the slides up for one after the other, and then please go quickly on stage, introduce yourselves so that everybody can see your face and can catch you later in the corridors and at the events. This is so that people get to know which face is attached to which organization, and if they want to meet them, you can catch them during the event. Okay.
Frank and Cedric, could you just let everybody else know, guys who don't know what peering partners are, what peer partners are?
Yeah, that's what I just tried to say. So we want people to make the most out of this event. So people to get to know the persons behind the other organization, talk to each other, solve problems that they have with each other, and get into interactions and into contact. And yeah, find out during this session now what the person looks like who comes from a certain organization.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. So just to give an example, as I did this morning, I will just come and say, hi, my name is Cedric. I'm from Afrinic, AS, yes, and then give all the informations and give the contact, and voila. So very quick. So please come in. First one, DDS.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kwame, representing Dynamic Data Solutions, DDS 55. For those who don't know us, we are not here to sell bandwidth. We are here to support the ecosystem, and peering is how we do that. Our AS is 37350. We are registered on Peering DP, and we are up to date. So we've updated as I'm speaking now. So grab me after this session. Let's connect, let's cut the cost, and let's cut the latency so that we keep our traffic local. Thank you.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm now wearing my Meta hat. Michelle from Meta. We have two ASNs. We have 32934, which is our backbone connected POP. This ASN is what you pair with at our edge POPs, where you can get all your services with static and dynamic content. We are available for private peering in Alexandria, Auto Data Center. We're also building a second site in Cairo, in RDH. We're in Cape Town, in Terraco, Lagos, in DRT, and Lekki, as well as Rack Center. We're in Mombasa, Ikolo 1 and Ikolo 2, and we're putting up Port Harcourt in H2 of this year. We're looking forward to that, to bring resilience to Nigeria. And we're in Johannesburg as well, in Terraco. For public peering, this is the multilateral via internet exchange points. We have SYNCs in Nap Africa and Cape Town, Alexandria, we're in EGIX, and we're in Lagos and Mombasa. And we have a peering DB page, so that's excellent. You can find us there. We also have our IX connected appliance, which is like our M&A shared at an internet exchange point. We had lots of them. You can find us on Peering DB, where you should all be. You can reach us at peering@meta.com. all the other details are there. We're happy to talk. We're here, and we have a meeting room downstairs, so you can find us there. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
And those who have 12 ASNs can get 12 slides.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Noah Maina. Most of you know me as the good troublemaker. I manage peering and interconnections at SICOM. SICOM operates a subsea cable system, but we also provide IP MPLS services across the continent. We heavily peer in the continent in those locations. So we're in South Africa, where we peer at NAP and INCS. And then we peer in Europe at Links, in France, IX in France, and then DECIX in Frankfurt, AM6 and NLIX in Amsterdam. And then in East Africa, we are at KIXP, we are at TIX in Dar es Salaam, and we're also in UIXP in Uganda. So our peering profile is online. If you go to as37100.peeringdb.com, you will be able to find most of our entries. Our peering policy is selective, so we don't peer with everyone. We don't peer in most of the route servers in Africa, though we do peer with route servers in Europe. And the contact, if you need to reach out to me, whether here or via email, just send me an email on peering@sicom.com. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I will speak in French. Bonjour à tous, donc je m'appelle Bokar Khan.
Good morning, good afternoon, Bokar Khan. I represent AFIX, which is the new IXP in Senegal that started in 2026. It is a neutral commercial exchange point. It's located in Onyx data center in Dakar, Senegal. We are inviting each operator and content providers to come to Senegal to exchange traffic and also to benefit. So we do have local peering services, caching with servers. We also have high debit servers, and contacts are downstairs, and I remain available if you want to exchange and to talk more about AfPIF in details. We also have information on peering DB that I didn't put it there, but you can locate our IX and then show you our exchange point name. Thank you so much.
Sini from Burkina Faso. We're a telecom company. We sell internet in our country, and we are actively looking for content in Africa in order to optimize the latency. So we are open to peer, mainly in Lagos, and these are our IS number. So we are open for peering. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raphael, and I represent the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, IXPN, which also stands as the biggest Internet Exchange Point in West Africa. We have our AS36932, and we are co-located in different locations in Lagos, specifically in about 8 to 10 different locations in Lagos, and then other states in Nigeria, Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Delta, and then Gombe. So these are the points where you can actually reach out to connect with us. Our peering policy is open. We're open to multilateral and bilateral peering. So however you want us to connect with us, we are available to accept you. And most importantly, IXPN is going to be 20 in October this year. A lot of you will be contributing to making that event a very big one. And we'll be reaching out very soon to get the participation and also to invite and welcome you for the 20th anniversary of IXPN very soon. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Faith, and I'm from the oldest internet exchange point in Africa. And we are the first internet exchange point in Africa to deploy 400 gig equipment. INCZA is a community-run internet exchange point in South Africa. We are currently in 19 different data centers. So we are data center agnostic. We can be found in 4 different cities in South Africa. So that would be Cape Town, Durban, Joburg, and Eastern Cape. If you'd like to know more about what we do and who we are and peer with us, please do come and find me, as I would love to have you be part of our peering fabric.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
I am Lawakilia Drabo from Burkina Faso Internet Exchange Point. Our AS number is 37716. The peering policy is open. We have 2 points of presence, 2 in Ouagadougou and 1 in Bobo Dioulasso. You can find us on Peering DB and also reach us at peering@bfix.bf. Thank you.
Merci. Bonjour.
Good afternoon. My name is Kofi Armand. I represent the Internet Exchange Point of Côte d'Ivoire, which is known as AFIX. Our new ASN is 329666. And we have 15 stakeholders, such as Netflix, CDN, Akama, who are with us. We do have an aggregated traffic, which has peaks of 36 gigabytes per second. I'm here with my director, Philippe. We are open. Our policy is open. We are available for everybody who is interested in discussing with us. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Mbogo, representing London Internet Exchange. ES number 5459, of course, the biggest in London, over 10 terabits already. But now for this purpose, in AfPIF, we're operating in Kenya and in Ghana. 3 internet exchanges, 2 internet exchanges in Kenya and 1 in Ghana. 2 data centers in Mombasa, 4 in Nairobi, and then 3 in Accra. So in Accra at the moment, we are running a promotion. It's free for up to April 2027. You're free to come in those data centers: Onyx, Payax Accra, and Digital Reality. Nairobi, I want to say that the growth has been phenomenal, and we're welcoming you to come and join Links. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victor Kivuitu, founder and CEO of VNet Africa, one of the fastest growing post-COVID ISPs in Kenya. We are a digital infrastructure and business technology company. We are providing capacity to small ISPs and also providing software solutions to ISPs and small businesses. If you want to learn more about our services or peering, you can visit vnet.africa. We are available for peering at Seacom CLS in Mombasa, Ikolo DCs in Mombasa and Nairobi, and also in Africa data centers. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shilandi. I am from DKIX. As you can see, we have many locations in Africa. Specifically, we have a location in Lagos as well as Kinshasa. So if you are open or would like to talk about peering in any of these locations, please do come and find me or send me an email. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Yolandi. I'm Frank from the Tanzania Internet Exchange. We have 12 or 14 ASs, so there will be 12 or 14 slides. No, I mentioned the second one slide that is shown because I want to have a BDP session with Seacom. NOAA 37100, please enable. So we are operating the 6 IXPs that are run by the Internet Service Providers Association in Tanzania. These are in Dar es Salaam with many data center sites, and in Arusha, Mwanza, Zanzibar, and in Dodoma and Mbeya. Dar es Salaam we have 48 peers. We have enabled a lot of 100 gig ports already. These are the locations, the contacts. Get in contact with me. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much to all the network that came to present. So again, if you want to have the template for the slides, they are here. So feel free to send. We'll still have sessions tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And thank you.
Thank you, Cedric and Frank. We'll now break off for a few minutes for coffee, and then back in at 4 o'clock. So I think 10 to 15 minutes. We'll see you back here for the last session. One other thing, if you attended the Women Tech Connect event yesterday, and did not leave with your artwork, please go to the links booth and meet with Lindsay and pick it from there.
Hello. Sorry, excuse me, just quick announcement. Apparently somebody lost his or her phone, so please reach out to us, to the PC, in case your phone is missing, so we can, and we will give it back to you. Thank you.
Check, check, hey, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Microphone check, 1, 2. Hey, check, check, hey. Testing, 1, 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Was the coffee not strong enough? Okay, before we start, just a quick announcement. Somebody lost a phone in the room. So in case you know that you lost your phone, please come and see me. I will be somewhere in the room or out there. Otherwise, you can see my evil twin brother and ask him for that. Thank you. Charles?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we have... Okay. All right. All right. Thank you so much for your being here this afternoon. And it has been an awesome moment since morning with the fantastic conversation we'll be having. Wonderful collaboration, exciting networking, and of course, inspiring exchange of ideas. Without much ado, we're going to have sessions of impactful presentation. And I also want to believe that our experts are here in the room. Yolandi, Ambrish, Bremudia, and Ben. I want to believe they are here. So, quickly, let me invite we will deal more on peering in Africa. And the first person is going to come up to talk about African peering ecosystem overview is no other person than Yolandi. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So as mentioned, this presentation is just to give you kind of an overview of what we are seeing in terms of the peering ecosystem in Africa. So let's look at the peering landscape. So the first thing that we looked at is what's happening in terms of the ASN allocation. So as of now, total ASN allocated in Africa is 2,759, which is a good, healthy number. And as you can see from the illustration, the darker countries are where the most concentration of ASNs are, which we can see right now is South Africa. And then there are some also starting to follow that trend. So definitely more and more networks are registering to get ASNs to get peering. So if we look at the regions, so Central Africa, if we look at the allocations per region, Central Africa has around 130 ASNs, Eastern 522, Indian Ocean 84, Northern 251, Southern 1,125, so as you can see, quite a big concentration, and then Western 647. Now, just looking at the trends over the years, so as we can see from the data, 2024 we had 142 new ASNs allocated for that year. In 2025, there was 175, and as of July of 2026, currently there has been 94 allocations done. So quite a good number of ASNs are being allocated this year. Now, the big topic that we always talk about. So I hope this gives you a good visual demonstration of IPv6 deployment globally. So, of course, the green regions are where we have good IPv6 deployment, and the red regions, unfortunately, has very low IPv6 deployment. So this is from the IPv6 world map that was taken about a week ago. So if we look at the numbers, so globally, the worldwide, we have around 40% preference for IPv6. And way at the bottom, you can see Africa is there, where we only sit at 6%. So quite a lot of work that needs to be done in terms for us to do more IPv6 deployments. So, IXPs, the thing we love, right? Did you know that currently there is 1,070 IXPs globally? Now, if we start looking at the different continents and the regions, the numbers are as follows. So Europe has 364 IXPs, Asia Pacific 282, North America 219, South America 101, Africa sitting at a good 73, and Middle East at 31. So again, this is the global numbers that we see, which is quite good and impressive, I would say. And these go up quite frequently, so I've been keeping an eye on this. And there's definite growth, especially in Africa and Middle East, from what I've seen in the past year. So just to give you a visual representation of where these IXPs are in Africa specifically, so as you can see here on the map, by the pin drops, this is where we have the IXPs deployed. So you can see it's all around Africa, especially on the coastal areas. So we are seeing more and more IXPs coming up, which is a fantastic thing to see. It means that the ecosystem is growing. Now let's look at some statistics. Africa is outpacing the global IXP growth, right? So we are looking from 2016 to 2026, and as you can see, Africa has increased by 329%, which is fantastic because the global average on IXP growth globally is 197. So as you can see, there's quite a big growth in Africa. And this is so this is specifically including IXPs that have at least 3 peers peering at the exchange. The next one is the evolution of the IXP landscape, where we look at African countries without IXPs. So if we look back to 2010, you can see that there were more African countries without IXPs than there were with IXPs. And as the years have gone on to where we are today in 2026, you can see the number is looking good. We have more African countries with IXPs than without. So this just reinforces that the peering ecosystem in Africa is growing, and it's healthy in that way. So looking at the cumulative growth in ASN connections at qualifying IXPs, this is IXPs with at least 3 peers peering. So again, comparing to the global growth, you can see there's more happening in Africa, sitting at a growth of 683%, whereas globally we are seeing 315%. So there's definitely a lot happening in Africa. And as we know from conversations that we've been having, you know, we started off with the panel talking about the deployments or the build of new data centers. There is demand for more internet traffic coming to Africa, as well as more African networks joining the peering ecosystem. Now looking at the top 20 African IXPs, this is just a visual representation of what it kind of looks like in terms of the growths of the IXP. So as we can see, right at the top, we have NAP Africa Johannesburg doing quite well and quite stable. We also have a few that are interesting, especially if we look at from 2020, there has been a lot of activity where we see new deployments of IXPs with good growth and then stabilizing over the years. So there are still some of them, I would say, growing a bit more than others, but it has kind of balanced out. And again, this comes down to ASNs just connecting to new IXs in the region, as well as new ASNs externally from, you know, outside of Africa coming into Africa connecting. Now the top 10 African countries, so now we are excluding the big guys because we know they are doing fine. Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, they're fine. So let's look at what's happening in other countries when it comes to absolute ASN growth. And again, we're looking at 2016 to 2026, so the past 10 years. So Tanzania is doing quite well. They are leading with 61 new allocations. Ghana, 53. DR Congo with 52, Egypt 37, and Angola at 26. So quite a good, healthy number. And as we can see, as I mentioned, there's more and more networks coming in to get ASNs to get part or take part in the peering ecosystem, which is quite interesting because the next slide is looking at the IXP port capacity growth. So this is looking at how IXPs are scaling their infrastructure to accommodate the new ASNs coming in and what they anticipate. So we see that in Egypt, it's sitting at 2 terabits. Congo is following by Ghana and Tanzania again, which is interesting because Tanzania, as we saw on the previous slide, was leading with the amount of ASNs being allocated, but here we can see they are fourth when it comes to growth in the region, which does not mean anything is wrong. It's just how that peering ecosystem is developing in that specific region. So quite interesting amount of numbers, and as I mentioned, I'm sure if we put the big 3 on the chart, it will completely take out all of these guys and make them very small. But very good growth in terms of the port capacity growth at the IXPs. So let's look at the aggregated ASN presence at African IXPs. This is looking at how many networks only connect to one IXP versus 2 or more, or at least 3 or more. So as we can see, the trend has been to be at least one IXP for quite some time. But now we have seen that more networks prefer to be at multiple IXs, and this could be within country or within the continent. So there's definitely a good sense of networks wanting resiliency and trying to get traffic within the continent to not leave, externally relying on transit. So keeping the traffic local as much as we can see this as being the preferred way for networks to peer within Africa, which is fantastic. Now, facility growth and IXP footprint. So again, coming back to our panel just before lunch, there has been a big boom of data centers being built and deployed on the continent. So just looking from 2019, we have had, in 2019, we were sitting at 77 registered facilities. And of the 77, 30 of them had been hosting an IXP. Where we are now, so this is about 7 years later, we have 187, so that's quite a big growth if you compare to 7 years ago. So we're sitting at 187 facilities on the African continent, and 82 of them are hosting at least one IXP. So this also just emphasizes the relationship of IXPs with data centers and the ecosystem that goes with that. So we can see definitely there is a demand for connectivity within these facilities and also for IXPs to support the local communities. Registered facility growth in selected African markets. So now we are looking at specific markets. So what we have here on this chart is South Africa, Kenya, DR Congo, Nigeria, Angola, and Ghana. So as we can see, South Africa is leading the growth since 2019 with a good healthy number at 28. We then have Nigeria sitting at 18. Third, we have Kenya with 14. Then we have Angola at 8, Ghana at 7, and DR Congo with 5. So quite good growth in those countries specifically. But again, this trend is going around the continent with these guys leading us. Now, celebrating 30 years in 2026. So because we are in Africa, of course, we have to celebrate birthdays. And this year, we are celebrating the birthday of the oldest IX in Africa, which is INCZA, which is established in South Africa, of course. So well done to the team and the network supporting them. Now, just quickly on their journey in Africa. They were Africa's pioneer IXP, operating continually for 30 years with 100% uptime. In 2025, as Faith has mentioned, they deployed 400 gig infrastructure. Their regional role supports the African Union initiatives such as Access for Continental IXPs, so they are quite involved in our IXP community. They serve as a knowledge hub, so they are active in various committees and events where, such as AFIX, AfPIF, AFNOG, you know, sharing expertise, their experiences, their knowledge, and helping others, you know, with their journey in this industry. And then again, capacity building, they are quite involved in hands-on training workshops across Africa. Now, there's definitely a trend, there's more. I was interested to see who else is celebrating 30 years. And just for your interest, these are the global IXs that are celebrating 30 years. That has been around since the 90s. Some of them are very much older than I am, but it's nice to see that these IXs are still going strong and continuing to grow and support the local community, the local peering community. Now, coming to the conclusion, looking at all these stats, what does this mean for Africa? So firstly, Africa's internet future depends on stronger local interconnection, better network visibility, and active collaboration between network operators. Hence, we are hosting these kinds of events, the NOGs, the African Peering Forums, the Western African Peering Forums, and all other events related. The key takeaways I would like to leave with you is, from this presentation, is build locally. Grow IXPs and keep African traffic closer to African users, right? This is what we want to do. We want to serve our continent, our users, locally. Peer strategically, use IXPs to improve performance, reduce transit dependency, and strengthen resilience. So again, coming back to the trend we saw, where most networks are now preferring to connect to at least 2 IXs. Prepare collectively, keep peering DB. I had a workshop this morning, so the guys that were in the workshop, they know. Please keep your peering DB records up to date, your IRR records, your root objects, your RPKI, and manners. It is quite important to have these updated and get informed. If you're curious to know how an IXP can help your network, please reach out to them. We have many of them actually attending the AfPIF. They're walking around. We've done some peering personals as well. So if you're interested to know how an IXP could benefit your network, I do invite you to come to myself, to other representatives of IXs in Africa, so that we can see how we can better build the internet in Africa. And that was me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause again to her. All right. Because of time, we will give him opportunity for just a question, please. Just question. Do you have a question for her? Any question? Any question? Fantastic. Another round of applause. She did a very fantastic job. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so we are going to because of time, you know, have a joint handover of gift and photography, please. Just bear with us. We are trying to run as fast as we could. So at this point in time, I want to invite a very good friend of mine, the way Obina and Cedric are a twin. I want to be a twin to him. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Amrish for dissecting the cost of peering. Thank you very much.
You need to grow your hair a bit. Oh. Actually, Yolandi gave half of my talk already, so it's going to be very easy. So can we start? Yeah, great. So hi everyone, my name is Amrish. I work as a director of internet research and analysis at ISOC. And maybe almost a year ago, my boss came to me, so Michuki, say, hey, Amrish, can we do something about peering costs and see whether, you know, first of all, is peering cheaper than transit? Can we prove that? Because this is what we know. Many people say peering is usually cheaper than transit, but can we prove it with numbers? And does it have any good impact on the economy generally? So I took that challenge. And so last year, if you were in Nigeria, a colleague of mine presented some very preliminary analysis of this study, and we got feedback from the community, and we also ran a survey. And we managed to get something a little bit more robust, which we hope will speak to you a little bit. So let's dive in. Yes, so we also managed to publish a study on this. So it's very data heavy because it is an econometric study with a lot of indicators that I will talk about a little bit. So if you're curious about, you know, the numbers, the formulas, and all the things, please have a look at this article, and we would appreciate also feedback from you. So, okay. Good, everyone? Yes. So let me try to resume this, I don't know, 15, 20 pages of academic exercise that we did into maybe four points here. So what we found is that, yes, peering is cheaper, and it is cheaper by order of magnitudes across different regions. Obviously, some regions, we will see that peering and transit are head-to-head, but in most cases, in most regions, peering is actually much, much cheaper than IP transit. So we have found in this study that when we try to correlate more whether a country has more peering, we have seen some good market outcomes. And those are market outcomes that we looked at. We looked at telecommunication revenue. We look at average revenue per user. We look at mobile coverage. We look at broadband prices. So these are all data that are what we call macroeconomic data that are usually provided by organizations like ITU, World Bank. Actually, we managed to find some link, some correlation. And the good news is that, and this is where perhaps it is very relevant to Africa, is for the low and middle income countries, the effects are even greater or even bigger. So it means that, yes, if we have to embark on peering, it's now. And the results are actually very good for our economies. And intensity matters. I will talk about what is intensity. Intensity means, yes, you are running an exchange, but you need to have as many networks as possible peering. The more networks you have peering, the more the outcome will be. So let's start with maybe some context setting. Where is Africa getting its content from? So we have a tool at the Internet Society called the Popular Content Locality Tracker. So we use a few techniques actually to geolocate where content is coming from. What we do, we take for each country the top 1,000 websites, and then we try to determine, is it being served by a CDN? Is it locally hosted? And try to determine by using a series of techniques where the content is coming from, usually from CDNs such as Cloudflare, Akamai, etc. And then we see, as you can see on the left, these are the different CDNs. And also, and then on the right, we say whether it is local, regional, or external. And as you can see, the numbers are speaking for themselves. We are still relying a lot on external, means that the content is hosted externally. Therefore, a lot of international connectivity is required. So, if we have to bring it to Africa, we know the context already. Africa, we are still paying a lot of international links because of what I just mentioned. Transit is not cheap in our region, and by the fact that we are still relying a lot of international connectivity, that's still a problem. Resilience is also an issue. We have had a couple of cable cuts recently, and a report from Internet Society, for example, we were looking at how many countries were impacted. I think around more than 15 countries were impacted when the cable was cut off the coast of Côte d'Ivoire. So it can have a lot of impact towards other countries, and especially those who are landlocked countries are impacted the most. So resilience is still an issue, and we are still a young but mobile-first market. So it means that we have to capitalize on the fact that, okay, we need to expand mobile coverage. So, oops, what's happening? My TV is going off here. Can someone? But yeah, I can just continue on this one. No need to talk about IXP growth. Yolandi already talked about that. So we use data from PeeringDB. She presented data from PeeringDB. Maybe our numbers are not tiling, but they are quite close. So no worries about that. So back to the initial question that I had, is peering cheaper, right? And how do we determine that? We broke it into two questions. First, what are the economic costs and saving benefits of peering? And what is the difference in terms of prices, peering versus transit? Thank you. Thank you. So for this, we have to get data on peering costs, and also data on transit prices. As you can imagine, those data is not easily made available. For peering prices, we were lucky enough to have access to, it is actually public, a portal called, or a data set rather, called peering.exposed. If you're into peering, you probably know about this. It's actually quite a volunteer-based data set that was put together by a couple of people, and they try to maintain it, keep it updated. So we rely on them. So if you have your phone or your laptop, just go to peering.exposed. You will have those information about the cost of peering in more than 150 IXPs. For transit prices, this data is not readily available to everyone. So we had to rely on the telegeography IP transit dataset, which is proprietary. We are happy that we are a subscriber of this dataset, and we managed to use it. And then we also run an operator survey, which I'll talk about and put also the link so that you can also participate in that survey, where we got around 30 responses from different places around the world. First, confirming what we have seen in terms of the data, and also helping us to unpack what is peering costs, because as you can imagine, peering has many associated costs, whether it is port fees, colo, cross-connect, etc. And then we use the outcomes, the market outcomes. As I mentioned, we use ITU data, World Bank data, to get information such as broadband prices, telecommunication revenues, etc. So these are the different data sets that we put together. I mentioned about cost of transit. Cost of transit is coming from telegeography. Cost of peering is coming from peering.exposed. Traffic volume data is coming from PCH. So PCH has the IXP directory where only 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, I'll try to speed through that. So yeah, content localization and some other indicators. What the operators told us when we asked them to break down the peering costs, they say port fees is around 44 to 45% of all the cost of peering. Obviously, this varies from region to region. It's not standard everywhere, but in general, from the feedback that we have got, it's around 44%. And this is, we actually try to factor that in our economic analysis. So if you're interested to take that survey, the survey platform is still open. You can scan this QR code and then give us a bit of feedback as well. Okay, All right. So this is, I would say, the mechanics of our study. What we did. So once we get the data is in different formats. They are of different frequency. We had to do a lot of harmonization, like peering costs and transit costs. They work using different billing models. So we had to do some harmonization to bring them at the same level of the dollar per Mbps per month. For example, we used the 10 gig port and the 100 gig port for each country to actually get the cost at a comparable level. We had some information about bandwidth usage. This is also coming from telegeography, and also capacity, the traffic volume that we're seeing. And we have the country indicators, and of course we had to run some statistical analysis, and then we did some outlier detection and all those blah blah to actually make sure that our data set is correct. But we had a key assumption that the ISP can reach the same destination via both peering and IP transit, because we want to compare like to like, and assuming there is no loss in latency, so that we can actually have a model that is fitting. I was mentioning about peering intensity. So what is peering intensity? It is the number, the ratio of IXP participants, so your members. So how much of your local ecosystem are you able to reach? So it's not necessarily directly your peers, but also the customers of your peers. And we have seen that peering intensity has an impact on keeping traffic local. So the more there is a peering intensity, the more keeping traffic local. Traffic is local, obviously, and there is also an incident on the cost reduction. So how did we compute the costs? We went using this formula, unit saving. So we took IP transit costs and peering costs on the same scale, dollar per Mbps per month. We did the subtraction. So in some cases, in most of the cases, the unit saving was positive. It means that, sorry, it was negative, meaning that peering costs was smaller. But in some cases, we had cases where peering is more expensive than transit. Usually this happens where people are, they use peering in those cases where there are other benefits, such as better latency. So we use what we call a two-stage approach. This is more the econometric side of it. And we were glad that a colleague of us who is more of an econometrician helped us on that. So we did prediction of that indicator that I mentioned about, peering intensity. And we were looking at whether there is a correlation between the unit saving, peering intensity, and the telecommunication outcomes. Let's dive into the results. So what we have seen generally is that on average, IP transit costs, here we are talking about global average. We are not talking about a specific region, is around $18, and peering cost is less than actually a cent. And you could see on the graph how different those transit prices are from peering prices by orders of magnitude. So do they have an incident on global outcomes? Actually, they do. So what we have seen is that, especially for low and middle income countries, yes, the higher you have peering cost savings, the better the broadband prices are. They go down. In terms of coverage, yes, they have a positive incident. The mobile coverage goes up. In terms of telecommunication revenue, so revenue that telecommunication, so ISPs are getting, yes, it goes up. And the last one is about average revenue per user. It is actually how much an operator is getting from a user. It was stable, but we have a reason for that. It means that the number of users have increased, but how much they are paying hasn't changed. And we also have seen that if we increase the peering intensity, so the number of networks that are reachable, we have a positive incident on things such as telecommunication revenue and also lower prices. So in that case, for example, broadband prices went down. So there is that correlation that was quite apparent. So what we have seen is that those effects are very pronounced in low and middle income countries, but also in what we call moderately regulated countries. So they were not seen in, let's say, highly regulated countries, nor in very liberal countries, but those who are moderately regulated. And I think it is quite, it speaks quite a lot with what we have in Africa. I mentioned about why peering intensity is a driver, because it has an incident on keeping traffic local, and and therefore a ripple effect on broadband prices, etc. So these are the findings which I just mentioned about. Peering is cheaper. There are benefits to consumers, benefit to ISPs. Localization is helping. There is a good connection. And I have the same message as Yolandi. Let's do more peering and more participation. We have proved economically that it makes sense. Thank you. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you so much. All right. Do we need to have a question now because of time? Please, I want to appeal. Please, let's keep our questions. We can get back to him later. Please, we are running. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to him, please. At this point in time, let's invite my brother, Remudia, to talk on the very important topic. Yes. I don't know if I should give you 10 minutes, please. See what you can do within 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll try. Thanks, man. Thanks, everyone. I think 10 minutes will be enough. Between jet lag, not knowing whether it's 10 a.m. or 4 p.m., and not wanting to keep you guys from drinks later on, and also everyone pretending that I know what I'm going to talk about so I can get out of here very quickly. But it's really about, I think everyone has laid the foundation for what I'm about to speak about. Let's see if this works. Okay. So I'm sure you all saw the title slide, and it's really about sovereignty and compute and all of the, oh, thanks, I can speak now. See, jet lag. My brain is lagging. I need to interconnect with some XPs. Yeah, so the whole idea is there's so much buzz around sovereignty, compute, all of that stuff, and I think everyone has laid the foundation. Dick Hicks, for example, at the beginning talked about IXPs, and then we talked about peering and all of that. Now, the question on the screen is, what if every African AI decision had to travel? Well, 90% of them travel already. 90% of these requests, when you put them in your LLM, whatever wrapper you use, they travel across the submarine cable to a data center somewhere else. Now, that's fine, that's okay. We have the data, we understand that. But we also know that this room has already solved the problem with content. And I like a lot of analogies. A few people in this room, we tend to debate a lot about analogies. And in the past, we looked at the whole content problem as, excuse me, we looked at the whole content problem as going to buy a book in London and then taking a flight to do that. And that was what our traffic was before IXPs started in Africa. So, of course, the solution was build a local library and then get everyone to stay local. And as we can see, those costs dropped. And I think the gentleman before me talked about how much, in terms of transit, that has reduced. Now, just I'm correcting myself here. I saw 73 IXPs on the African continent now, so please pardon that mistake. And I'm sure traffic is increasing. So this is about 3 weeks old. The world is changing very fast, so pardon that, yeah? But what I'm really here to talk about is intelligence is really not content. The playbook that we had starting 30 years ago, and the playbook we have now cannot be the same. We're in a position where literally you're going to have generations that are, and somebody said on the panel,
the cost of falling behind with intelligence is going to be significant if we do not think about a framework that works today that helps this continent stay ahead, or at least be at par with the rest of the world around intelligence, especially around AI, then we're going to have a problem. You know, so yes, in the past, all the cases came, the servers came. It was a bit reactive on our end, but we've built this room. I remember being in Cape Town. I can't remember what AfPIF that was, but the room was way smaller than this. There were less players. That has grown. This room has built the framework, and we now need to figure out a playbook that makes intelligence work for us as a continent. And there's the whole, I listened very, very intently to the sovereignty conversation around data and all of that. But in all honesty, if I were an enterprise, I'm not going to put my blueprints, even though some people do it, put confidential stuff on LLMs that are hosted elsewhere. But the question is, you want to put your data in a location where you have no, first of all, no control, and then two, get it, trained. It doesn't make sense. I mean, not for Africa, and we don't have enough. I would say we don't have enough rocket power, if I may use that word, to actually compete effectively if we don't start thinking of a way to go forward. Now, interesting numbers. We already know this. We've been singing this for years. Less than 1% of global data center capacity. I was privileged probably about 4 or 5 months ago to sit down in Abilene in Texas with a team working on the OpenAI location. And there were 5,000 people on site at the same time. There were literally 10 gas turbines, at least 15 reciprocating gas engines. This was, and then there was a 5 million gallons per day water treatment plant. And then these things are being spawned literally on a daily basis. And then beyond that, we now have global AI training data. We don't have structured data on the continent right now. And then at the same time, our inference is routed offshore. So you can see there's a perfect storm already happening. In fact, on this slide, I say the gap will hit Africa first. I think it's hitting us already. Beyond the infrastructure not closing the gap, we need to now think of how do we leapfrog? Do we find a way to do what we did with towers and then build fibers and then connect data centers? Is there a way to make something work while we catch up? I think Africa is very good at leapfrogging, so there may be, but this is the cost of waiting. And I'm not taking a shot at anyone in this room, but we have, with AI and intelligence, it's an identity issue. If we make decisions about African citizens without African context, there's going to be a problem. And then extraction, data, moving stuff offshore, and then, of course, economic value. If you do not have intelligence on the continent, then the ecosystem that builds or enables that intelligence doesn't spawn, it doesn't grow, and then we become consumers again. So we need to really dial back into that. And of course, there's the path to local capability. We need to start thinking about how, I mean, I saw a talk about AI being on almost like 5 layers. So you have the energy, the infrastructure, the compute, the models, and then the applications, right? And then, of course, on top of the applications, you have the use cases. I think we have a very big role to play in the applications and use cases, but we need to, at least to a large extent, control how we make that intelligence work for us. I'm moving very fast because my brain is about to overheat. 13 minutes. I'll shave 3 minutes of that. But then the gentleman before me talked about the cable cuts. Now think about it. If we're pushing inference offshore and the cable is down, it means that decision, in the content era, you could be off WhatsApp for a bit. You could be off, if Netflix or something else was, you could be off that for a bit. But if you had inference tasks running across 6,000 kilometers of submarine cabling, and that goes down, then what that means is that intelligence that you need for critical industries will go down. And that's why you see the nationalistic play by a lot of countries who are building AI and building strategies around AI, national strategies around AI. They know that if you do not control your AI, you don't control your intelligence, then there's going to be a problem. And this is data about, what we already know happens. And I'm saying, there's a seed that has been sown, and I'm pouring a bit of fertilizer on that seed to say we need a CXP extension. So we need to put intelligence, in our IXPs, 73 of them. So if we solved the traffic sovereignty problem already to a large extent, then we can add compute. And it doesn't have to be expensive. You have, someone talked about the Apple box. I mean, you have a DGX, NVIDIA DGX is less than $6,000. I have a home integrated GPU from AMD that was literally about $1,500, and I'm running my entire corpus on that. You can literally throw 2U boxes and connect to the IXP. You can get your models downloaded to them, open weight models, and then figure out ways to connect compatible endpoints to them. There's still some work to be done around that, and I think this room can do that work because there has to be a mechanism to ensure that the API calls work as they should, and just generally the interconnection should work as it should. But that's the proposition here. There should be a way to introduce intelligence, compute, the brains into the existing IXP frameworks that already have today. And we've done this before. This room has done this before. It's been done globally. So let's add the brain to it. We're at a point where beyond 1 minute? Okay. I'm moving fast. We tried something very quickly. Now, I'm not a fan of panels. I don't like speaking on panels. I don't like presentations. I like engineering, right? So we threw a box, an air-gapped box, DGX Spark. We literally took it away from all forms of connectivity, and we threw a 70 billion parameter model on it, $6,000 box. And then we were able to get almost a quarter of the latency reduced by almost 30, 40%, and we're able to generate, literally, with this tiny dude here, 220 words per minute in an air-gapped environment with a large language model that's 70 billion parameters. So imagine you throw this now interconnect with an existing exchange, then there's something that can be done here. And we don't need to put a B200 today to make that happen. We can throw in a few DGX Sparks, get a few H100s or whatever that looks like, and make sure that that works for us. But it's doable. We've done it, we've tested it, it works. We literally took numbers from the terminal, we pulled it, 5 tokens per second, not too crazy, but it worked for local context. And that's average reading speed of an adult human. I just want to close with this. The workload has flipped. 3 years ago, 1/3 of compute was inference. Now, 2/3 of that is inference. And if 90% of all of that is leaving this continent, then we need to start asking questions. Very, 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 very quick questions. My last slide, even though I have like 3 more slides, but this is the last slide. Just for context. 4 days ago, I don't know how many people use Hugging Face here. Anyone use Hugging Face here? You see, so we need to see more people using tools like that, platforms like that, because we're getting to an ecosystem that's going to bridge intelligence and connectivity together. But Hugging Face had a report that said 83% of all downloads from their platform were from models under 1 billion parameters. So it means people around the world are downloading open source models that are 1 billion parameters or less, which means people are doing work with intelligence on smaller devices. Now, the interesting thing is, only 3% of that 2026 volume was above 70 billion. So even the 70 billion parameter trial we did, was it even necessary to achieve what we wanted to achieve? Now, the craziest thing is this. Runtime, which is basically the ability to quantize these models, has grown by 464% in 7 months. It means what people are doing is people are beginning to shrink these models, put on commodity infrastructure, and use for use cases, everyday use cases that we see today. So we don't need to invest a lot of money to try and insert intelligence into our IXP frameworks today. And DKIX has done that already because you guys are doing some stuff in the US with Cumulus Cloud. I think we should try that in Africa as well. So thank you very much. Brain is about to shut down, so thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, please just gather your questions, and at the end of this last presentation, we shall ask the questions. Just note them down. And finally, but not the least, we want to invite Ben for his presentation. 10 minutes. Thank you. All right.
Hey, so good afternoon. Great to be back in Kigali. I saw the notification that the social has started 5 minutes ago, so pleased to see people are still in the room to see what we'll talk about. This says I've got 20 minutes, so see if we'll do 10 or 20. I'm going to talk a little bit about Meta's Edge network, actually tying in maybe a little bit to what the gent before me was just talking about on GPUs, and a little bit about peering and just an update on our peering policies. So Meta, our infrastructure, we run what we call the Meta CDN. That kind of delivers the whole Meta product family. And it's, to scale to support the kind of 3.6 billion people we have using our products. The number changed in the last results very slightly. We need a lot of infrastructure. It starts with our origin data centers. We've got 32 of those, primarily in North America, but we've also got one announced in Canada, we've got 3 in Europe, and we've had something announced in India as well. Then to support connecting to our partners, our network operators, we've got 90 plus edge metros. They're in carrier-neutral facilities. That's where you can peer this over an internet exchange or have a PNI. And then to back all of that up, we have our in-network caching appliances, the Meta network appliances, or MNAs. And we have over 7,000 of those deployed all over the world, which includes the African continent. So, thinking about our infrastructure, right now we have our origin data centers. We've talked about the top. They're scaled in tens of megawatts. That's where we hold all the cat pictures. They hold all the cat videos, and they replicate between each other to make sure we always have that copy in case you kind of need it. They then connect on our global backbone to our edge metros we talked about. These are much smaller. Sizing really depends on the scale in the market. As we build into new markets like we're doing Kinshasa next year, we start at a much smaller end. But if we're looking at a developed market that's maybe more mature, either in Europe or in Nigeria, those things scale up and they're going to grow to support the expected traffic we're delivering. That connects, our network to our partners. And then finally, we've got the MNAs, which I touched on in a moment ago. They cache the popular content. So if you think pictures, videos, and they can also relay voice calls, they can be served by the caches. And they serve, maybe 80+% of user-facing traffic. So if you're in a landlocked country, having an MNA in your network can, deliver real benefits for kind of reliability and service quality. Kind of got touched on before, literally in the last talk before, but a few times today, workloads are changing. If you think about the current Meta product family, you've got, cacheable pictures, you've got cacheable content, predictable demand generally, and, it's solved with storage. Those big origin data centers hold all the cat pictures, those edge metros and those MNAs just hold the cat pictures relevant for that market and that time. As we think about AI-driven experiences, now we're stepping into unique user-generated content, real-time inference, needing that real good performance, latency-sensitive interactions, leans in very much to the conversation and the slides a moment ago, and we solve that with GPUs. Right now they're dotted further away, but you solve those by moving those closer. But what is interesting, where we think about, we're seeing traffic growth as we look at these new AI kind of products and these new AI tools. Actually, all the growth we're really seeing at the biggest chunk is our DC to DC, those origin data centers. The growth there, our backbone there supporting that is really big. But we do see some growth on DC to POP. But if you think about all of the work at the moment is being done in the DCs, and it's just the request that's coming backwards and forwards, which explains that growth we're seeing. And we're thinking about how to reshape our network topology to support these new kind of services, these new products, these new experiences that are coming. We're moving really to modular building blocks for our CDN and making sure we can scale that up and down depending on the products we launch, depending on the demand for those products. And that'll still, it will keep the peering, the CDN, and we have a very large fabric to connect, a metro, all the sites in the metro together to deliver those services. But we also want to get closer to people. You know, we talk about being in big markets, first, second tier cities. We're also now starting to think more about third and fourth tier cities, or markets which are just a bit smaller where there is, you know, limited infrastructure. I mentioned Kinshasa, that's a metro we're looking to build and open next year. You know, that's for us going to be a much smaller size metro than, let's say, a Lagos or a Johannesburg. This is really to make sure we can deliver a good experience, but also be a good partner. You know, we want to work and get as close to as many network operators as possible. And as part of this, we'll be creating new peering ecosystems. If there's not a data center in the market already, we'll probably partner with someone to try and maybe establish something, again, following our carrier neutrality. Equally, if there's not an internet exchange there, we have a grant with the Internet Society where we help, you know, build communities and help fund and find new internet exchanges. And we want all these things to be clearly good for Meta and good for the service we're delivering, but we want them to be open and accessible to everyone, and is an important part of the ecosystem. And I think I've managed to either hit a button or someone has hit the right click on the screen. Is someone driving the visuals able just to left click for me, please? Ah, cool. So, remember where I am now. So thinking about how our network's evolving, you know, I keep referencing it, said literally a moment ago, it's like it's almost someone planned these talks together. Right now, our emerging workloads, they're, you know, the AI, the GPUs are in very far away data centers, primarily the US right now. But we're evolving our infrastructure for AI, and we know we need to think about getting that closer. We have previously put GPUs closer to users for specific projects and products, including gaming, and we know it's worked well to improve QE. So we know that moving this infrastructure closer is possible, and we also know it's something we've done and have experienced before. And we'll follow that same strategy when we're thinking about bringing certain inference workloads to the edge. Obviously, the timing of those is going to be market dependent and when the products get launched and the usage of those products, but it is something we have in our roadmap, and it is something we're talking to partners about now. Doesn't mean the existing CDN goes away. You know, the cat pictures, the cat videos, the WhatsApp calls, they are still growing, and we still need to run the CDN infrastructure with the memory and the storage to support that product as well. So that's all going to stay, and that'll all kind of work together as part of the Meta CDN. You know, we're really thinking about solving for a good product experience, so the QoE, but we're also thinking about trying to solve for efficiency as well. We want to get close to operators, you know, second tier, third tier, fourth tier cities, you know, it reduces backhaul demand. Where there's less backhaul, maybe there's less backbone, and that might help to defer or avoid capex for those operators. And we still want to keep interconnection simple, you know, have the Meta network appliances, the automation we've invested in, and really make it easier for partners to work with us. Benefits partners, also benefits the users of our products. You know, lower latency delivers a better experience. Closer might mean better performance, and, you know, it gives us consistent quality. I will run through the slides very quickly, so I've been told I've got 1 minute, despite it still says I've got 2 down here in my mind. If someone really wants a beer, I think. So, peering, obviously Africa Peering Forum. You know, we have an IXP strategy. We've talked about this before, and we've rolled this out globally. We're targeting to be connected to IXPs with at least 2 per metro, and we have 2 ASs we peer with. One is our backbone connected, and one is where we connect the appliances to the internet exchanges. Matters because we want to make sure we can peer with everybody from the smallest to the largest networks, and we've built automation. So if you want to peer us at an exchange, or if you want to request public peering, or you want to request one of those caches, you can go to a portal and request that. This kind of really just shows where we have traffic flow through our network. So if you're a user connecting to us, you might originally land over a peering link to a POP, you might go through a transit provider to get to a POP, and that first user connection always needs to go to one of our backbone connected nodes. So if you're sitting here, and if maybe you did a trace route to Facebook earlier, you might see that goes to Mombasa, and that's the nearest backbone connected POP we've got here. But the page that comes back to you has user-specific URLs generated, and those URLs might point to these Meta network appliances, these MNAs we have deployed inside a ISP or a CSP's network, as you can kind of see indicated in the cloud. Partner benefits, we've kind of touched on these already. Performance, quality improvements, make sure you can win and maintain customers. And like thinking about the CapEx, if M&As aren't only there to put one in, but as you maybe evolve your network, as you expand your network, you can put multiple M&As in a country, might save your domestic backbone, might mean to keep traffic local under failure. We're committed to an open internet. Talked earlier about building infrastructure that's open, accessible to everyone, whether that's through the Internet Society, whether that's through our other partners, and we want to make sure that ecosystem is available to everybody. Really quickly, you heard this from Michelle earlier, I think, for those in the room for the peering personals. If you want to peer with us, you need to maintain and have a peering DB record, but the maintain is very important of that, particularly if you think about max prefixes, if you think about internet exchanges you're connected to. You can then sign in with that peering DB account at meta.com/peering, and then you can request or manage your peering sessions with us. Thank you very much. Spun through the last bits. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much. And let me invite all, please, just hold on, please, because I want to invite our past speakers to come forward. Yolande, Bermudia, and Amish, please come forward. I want to ask, is there any question for any of them? Please, do you have any question? No question. Thank you so much. All right, let's have their gift, please, so that we can move on to the next. All right. Please. Sorry, where is the food? All right, let's have a. All right, that's a good one on Africa, appearing in Africa. So we want to invite Yolande for the housekeeping. Yes, she's here. No need to invite. All right.
All right, are we still awake in the room? Hi, guys. Where's the energy? Are we awake? Are we ready for some beers? There we go. Okay, so last few arrangements for today. We do have Beers for Peers coming up. The buses will start leaving 16 minutes ago. So they are on rotation, so you can find the buses at the entrance of the hotel, and they will be circling, from the hotel to the venue. We will be going to the Boho restaurant, which is quite close. The buses will also start leaving, coming back from the Boho restaurant from 8:30, 9-ish. So please join us for that. And then there was something else. Tomorrow morning, we kick off again at 9. Yes, so please join us here at 9 o'clock. And that, I think, is the... Oh, and then also Umbrella. If I can please remind everyone that Umbrella is what we use for the meeting. So you can download the app to your cell phone. You will also be getting the notifications that we send out, some information regarding the lunches, the socials, and all of that. It's also a way for you to set up meetings with the people at the event. There's also a section, if you go onto the Umbrella app on the dashboard, when you scroll down, there's a section for feedback. So we invite you to give us feedback for the different presentations and sessions that we are hosting. We'd like to know how we can improve, if we are doing a good job. If we're not, we don't want to hear it. So please do give us feedback on that. And with that, let's go get the bus for some beers.
Wait. Come on. No. It's okay. Don't worry, it's just us.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Landy. Happy birthday to you.
There's no candle, so pretend there's a candle.
There we go.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
don't know how this works. We're supposed to give, right?
Yes, okay, let me help you.
At the Oracle party, I guess we could have it cut in.
Yeah, it's tragic. Wait.
Do you want to take this out? Wait. There.
There you go.